Ready to get started, Lex? Yeah. All right. So we are in the end game now, as they say. I don't know who says it, but that sounds pretty cool. We're in the end game now. So we're still gonna do factspirations up until the bitter end. Today's factspiration is brought to you by the number. Let's see. 3D100s. Maybe. What if I added 3D100s together? Well, then you wouldn't get, whatever. All right, there we go. All right, let's see. I swear to God, it's always 198. I don't think Foundry knows how to roll big dice. Let's see, what's 198? Oh, okay, this one's actually pretty cute. This is a meta question, and the question is, the Powerpuff Girls, if you don't know who they are,
sugar, spice, everything nice.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. The Powerpuff Girls are made of sugar, spice, and everything nice,
Boom.
and chemical X. What 4 things is your character made of? All right. So while you ruminate on that question, would anybody, for a point of factspiration or a point of inspiration, like to summarize what happened last session? It was a decent amount of things. While also not being a lot of things. So, seems like a pretty good one to recap. All right, Barnabas coming in with a 17. Hard to beat. Going once, going twice. Sold to Barnabas Benoit. Tell us what happened.
All right, like you said, a lot happened, but it was mostly conversational. But so we arrived in Brindol by Griffin and entered the city, flying over the walls, and landed upon the castle, or keep atop the very center of the hill. There we were met and brought to the council room, where we met the elected council of King Jarmoth. We broke down into introductions. We did information gathering.
Lord Jarmoth. Lord Jarmoth.
Yes.
Yeah, Lord, definitely not a king.
Not a king.
Yeah,
Sorry.
He'll point that out very quickly. Yeah.
Yes. Elected official, not a noble raised into a bloodline.
Well, actually,
I thought we'd covered that in the previous session.
No. Keep going.
Okay. Anyways, so yes, we basically did introductions. We did the information gathering from both sides, where they told us everything that had happened from their perspective. We told them everything that happened from our perspective. And then we made plans for the coming battle, where Jarmoth kind of presented his current plan to us. He got input from his council. We have... Let's go down the list a little bit. We have Lady Call, Verasa Call, who is like the wealthiest woman in all the land, providing many mercenaries. We have Captain Lars Ulverth, who's leading the Brindle forces. We have Emerstol the Red, the most powerful mage in the land. His sexy Sphinx girlfriend, Elandry. The Queen Solaria showed up for this meeting, and we also have... I forget her full name, but Sparrowheart, the leader of the Goliaths, and this is the representatives of the land, of our military force, and together we have put our heads together and tried to formulate the best possible plan for defending the city. We made plans to fortify the walls, try to hold the walls of Brindle. We disagree with Jarmoth's point to isolate all the clerics in one place. And basically where we're at now is we have a few days left to make our last minute preparations, and we're trying to decide what to do at that time. And we need to find out more about the Sanguine King and the ritual that brings him into this land. And what we are endeavoring to do over the next few days is try to find out whatever we can. And we may use some unconventional means and make some strange bedfellows leading up to this war, but we'll see what happens.
All right, well done. Would you like inspiration or a factspiration?
I will take inspiration.
You will take inspiration. All right. So, with that settled, would anybody like to answer the factspiration question? If you are interested in doing this, please roll D20 into chat. I believe it is now a D10? 10 at 10, I believe is how it works. All right. Wow, Orion. Going once, going twice. Nat 20 on Orion. All right, Orion, what are the 4 things that Orion is made out of? This adorable mousekin.
I'm a mouse, can't you tell? I would actually think Sugar, because sweets.
Okay.
Spice, specifically more spice like cinnamon, because that's also used for sweet rolls or cinnamon rolls.
Okay.
Half and half on everything nice.
Okay.
I mean, of this bunch, he's probably the nicest one, but like, I don't think he's fully nice, just a little bit. And the last thing would have to be a special ingredient, like chemical X. You know what? I will say a chemical X by the name of the twin serpent longbow that he's currently wielding. I feel like it has influenced quite a bit of him since he has acquired it, for both good and bad. It's definitely made him a more proficient warrior, so to speak. But that's also a little bit with a temper tantrum here and there.
Temper tantrum. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I suppose. All right. Yeah, that's a good assessment of what your character is made of by Powerpuff Girl standards. You may ask the same question of any NPCs that you have met previously on your journey.
There's been a lot of new people introduced within last session. I would like to actually ask Lady Call.
Oh, okay.
Varasa Call.
Wow, what is Varasa Call made out of?
Money.
All right. So Varasa Call is definitely made out of gold, for sure. She is made out of fire,
because fire is dangerous, but also can be very useful. And then she is made out of. We're following like recipes for a cake or something. I feel like a gold cake, melted gold cake isn't gonna taste very good.
Maybe gold flakes.
Yeah, gold flakes in there. She is probably the last ingredient would be. Man, what a tough call. A surprisingly difficult question. So she would be, so she would be made of gold flakes, and then whatever the gold flakes are on is ultra heated. I would probably say alcohol or some sort of spirit, because it could be used to loose the lips of an enemy. It could be used to subdue the wits of someone that you're trying to bamboozle. It can also be an effective way of motivating people and bribing people. And in a way, it is its own sort of currency that greases the wheels of the world for you. And then I guess our chemical X would be ambition. So everything that she does is driven by a desire to gain power and keep power. All right. That's not ominous or anything. Good thing it's meta knowledge. So,
but she's an ally. We don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. All right. So with all that out of the way, we will resume play here in this meeting hall, where, unless you had further points to make, I guess the meeting would be adjourned. That you might gain some rest, or go about whatever it is you're going to do with the rest of your day. It's currently about 7:30 at night, and I will swap out the music.
Could we have maybe like closing statements one-on-one with certain high-ranking NPCs?
Oh, sure, yeah. Let me go grab some musics. All right. So, with war talks possibly coming to a close, Barnabas, what is it you are trying to bring up or call attention to?
Yes, specifically his conversation with Emerstall the Red and Sir Tyrion. He would present to them his notes on the psionic tattoos that they got from the Temple of Rest, or not the Temple of Rest, the Hero of Rest, and make known to them the what they mean in reference to our illithid enemies, and just try to start stirring their minds on how to mass produce this, how to get this into the hands of as many people as possible.
So Immersal and Alandri, they say, or Immersal would say, this is a powerful weapon, or I should say defense, against not just the Mind Flayers, but those amongst the Red Hand who specialize in magics of the mind. They have in their service beings called Mind Benders, who do practice the art of the Scion. That is to say, psychic powers similar to magic that can affect the mind. And of course, everyone here is well aware of the dangers of the War Singers, who specialize in enchantment and charm magics. These tattoos, if we could find a way to refine the design and lower the cost of their creation and the speed of which we administer them, they could provide key personnel with protection from mind-affecting attacks and enchantment. However, in order to do this, it would take my immediate attention, which would leave you, Sir Adriar, without any allies to help you in your search for your master.
You would just stare at Barnabas.
I don't want to deter your attention away from this utmost important task, because ultimately the most important thing that we need is the information on the ritual of the Sanguine King. And if Radriar's patron is one of our avenues for finding that, I wouldn't want to deter us from it. But it does sound like a pretty valuable key. I do want to bring up one thing from that little tidbit we just got, which is we just learned about a new Red Hand unit. Which, we kind of thought we knew everything, but Lars was about to give us the full breakdown last session before we interrupted him.
That's true. Do you point that out OOC, or do you mention that to your allies?
Kind of mention that to my allies, like maybe it'd be good if there might actually still be Red Hand we haven't met, that we know about them before we go into this battle.
Jared crosses his arms short, but before we change the subject, he says that he doesn't have any allies and going to find his patron. I feel like that makes a decision for us. We should go with Radriar. That way he can remain behind, and he can work on the tattoos while we are busy.
Okay.
Do we even know where we would begin to find him?
Well, Emersal and Alandri were going to basically burn through divination spells and spell slots and abilities to try to help Radriar kind of pinpoint where his master might be. But if they're doing that, then they can't be refining the tattoo design to ensure that your key NPCs and yourselves receive the tattoos as a means of protection.
Could we perhaps do some of the legwork on that end? I didn't mean to cut you off, Layla, but maybe your legend lore ability could uncover something about Radriar's patron.
I could do that, yes, and I could, if one of the mages here would allow me to borrow, I could use my magic to try to scry on the location of this creature come the morning.
So we simply swap who's helping who. And we don't worry anymore about this wind dragon. Splitting our attention too much and splitting the party too much is not a wise idea before a war.
I agree with that.
Oh, so as you say that, Tredora Goldenbrow says, it is a pity. I fought alongside Aislinn and Delirian. And while Aislinn has passed on, Delirian remains. If he could be roused from his grief and sorrow, he would be a tremendous asset in the battle that is to come.
I would make the journey myself, but he bears some resentment to me for outliving and outlasting his love.
There's a lot to be said for a dragon that cares for this land, that is motivated by the desire to protect it. I do not wish to disparage your patron, Redriar. I'm sure he's powerful and wise. But you have expressed to us many times that you don't care about what happens to this land after the Red Hand is done. I'm worried that your patron will not care if our land is turned into a desert, and that only they care for the destruction of the Red Hand.
You are mistaken. I do not care what happens to me when the Red Hand are gone. I would have made things very different if I didn't care what happened to your lands.
Is that, if you don't mind me asking, exactly how long has it been since he lost his special rider? The Wind Dragon.
Yeah. Tredora says, Aisling perished in the battle against the Mind Flayer's mother brain. There was no bringing her back, for the creature destroyed what was her with its psionic attacks. All that was left was a mindless body that soon, unable to keep itself alive, perished. I was forced by my allies to keep her body going well past the time it should have, as we frantically looked for a way to restore what had been taken. But she was simply erased.
Man, I
But
do
how
not
long
love
ago
the
was this?
implications. Sorry.
How long ago? Well,
That's what he asked, yes.
This battle occurred centuries ago.
Yeah,
I recall.
there's no way.
Centuries of sitting alone in grief. How many of us here think we can convince someone like that to join us in a war effort? Considering what happened to the person they cared about most the last war they fought in.
I would like to point out that we turned the hearts of the Furbolgs, the Elves, and the Dwarves, which were all jaded people who have felt like there was no chance of ever turning back to a time when the land could be united. I don't believe this is beyond reason.
Never mind the fact that we have we actually know where to find this dragon. No offense for HGR, but time is of the essence. And even should we be able to find your patron, the matter of getting there and back in time would be another story entirely.
The mage
What you
offered teleportation.
Yes, what you are suggesting is that we now remove Radrar's ability to do what he had planned on doing. If we are going to take these mages and use them for the tattoo abilities, putting them on ourselves, we owe it to Radriar to supplement that support which we are taking from him.
It matters not. One way or another, I will seek it out.
Exactly how many days before the attack starts were we given that?
At least 3. 3 until they arrive, and then question mark on when they start. Probably 1 day for them to gather their forces, but that's all we can really hope for. So 4 days until the first battle begins, realistically.
Wait, so it's a 3 or it's a 4?
Don't know.
It's realistically 3 we need to be here and be ready, but the battle's going to begin on the 4th day.
They could attack as soon. No,
could.
we're not
But
certain
no
whatsoever.
one, no one has any official times.
Right.
There has not been a Google Calendar invite from the Red Hand to have war.
Yeah, they can
Oh.
attack as soon as they get here, or they could just wait and scope us out and then attack. We have no idea.
So, worst case scenario, 3 days. Best case scenario, 4.
Yeah.
But simply saying 4 days, just trying to be positive here. It's
Mhm.
we've seen how they fight. We know how they act.
Yeah, they follow
I'm betting on 3 days. Truth be told.
I am inclined to disagree. They follow the philosophies of this book that we found in Vrathkeep. Barnabas pulls out the goblin copy of The Art of War, and in most instances, this book would indicate that you need to operate your advantages. Currently, we have the advantage because we are the most prepared, and they're going to seek to build preparations to meet ours. And that will take a day, I at least presume. But that is my philosophy. It is certainly not based in fact.
So it's a gamble then.
Yeah, and that's what everything's been since we've started this.
So Captain Lars Olverth speaks up, and he says, well, I've been listening intently to this conversation, and I have to say that the faith I have in my own men in the defenses of the city is unshakable. But you fight fire with fire. And if there is a chance of recruiting a dragon of substantial age and power to our side that could stand claw to claw against a Bithriax, well, I feel that's a gambit worth taking. We have nothing, no offense, Queen Singer, we have nothing that could truly compete in the air against this living war machine. Something comparable or close that could slow him down would make perhaps all the difference in holding the city and in maintaining the walls.
There will be one other obstacle we need to overcome in maintaining the walls, and that is repelling the giant forces that the Red Hand will bring to bear. I do know of sieges in which conventional warfare machinery were made ineffective, but the problem is stone walls take serious damage from flying boulders and explosives. If you could, I don't know what the capacities of the druids are. We have about 20 druids in total. I looked at least Starsinger, and I know you're druids of the woods, but can you move earth? Your druids?
She nods.
In the sieges, I have seen strategies used where they build large walls of earth around the outer wall, about 20 feet high, 10 feet thick, with wooden timbers at the center. Because it is made of earth, it doesn't take the same structural damage that stone walls do. They absorb boulders, they absorb cannonballs. If we could even build these just around the gates and the weakened points of the walls, this could prove to hold our defenses against the giants significantly longer.
Okay. It's generally agreed upon that reinforcing the walls would be a good idea in key locations. But, so that's kind of recorded in the list of things.
An adjacent question, with a bit of ignorance. Which member of the Heroes of Rest was this dragon's rider?
Chidor says, Aislinn? The Wind?
And they, I assume, like the rest of them, have a tomb, yes?
Yes, that is where Dylirian lives out his days of sorrow and grief.
Was Aislinn particularly close to any other members?
I mean, she was close to each of us. We were a fellowship. But no one was closer to her than her dragon.
From what race
Lady
did Ace come?
Verasa Crawl makes a lewd face when Tredora says that and raises an eyebrow.
If we were to pursue this wind dragon, do you not think it would be imperative for you to come with us?
I have visited him many times to try and find a way to help him through his grief. I have even cast spells of restoration, thinking that perhaps it is an addling of his mind or some sort of curse. He has chosen his path. I think perhaps someone new, someone different, something that does not remind him of the past, but promises the future, that might get through to him.
And
I will say this, that if our options are Dylirian, a living dragon, and a known champion of these realms, or an unknown creature of darkness, as she looks at Radiar, I don't understand how the decision is hard for anyone to make. And I don't understand, Sir Radiar, why you need your master. You seem a powerful sword. You are feared by the Red Hand. Has your master not taught you enough to continue to fight?
Your
Without...
vague attempts at manipulation are unfounded. I have spoken how my patron once fought the Sanguine King and drew it to a stalemate or pushed it back. Because you see the magic as darkness does not mean it is evil. We are simply of the South in an older time, and the experience we and my patron has of fighting the Red Hand far overvalues your realm's own morality.
She says, I did not mean to offend. I was in a fellowship with those who walked in shadow and darkness. They were just as valuable an ally as any other. For the path you walk is not always indicative of the destination you seek.
I am not that way. Make no mistake, I intend to die.
Radria, could you perhaps clarify on something for us? You said that in the battle that your patron fought against the Red Hand, that what was demanded in order to win was that your people had to give up all of their blood so that the Red Hand could not use it against you. Is this the route that your patron's going to suggest to us when we reach him? That we will all have to become of the Ishitan of sorts?
I do not know.
I will let you know that I do not intend to give up the blood in my body to win this war.
That was my method. My people's method. I did not know I was bonded to my patron until this organ was already placed in me for several decades. It was only after the attacks, when we needed it, did it show up. And that being said, I was never in the main fight. I did not know there were others. Not until after I'd been reawoken. There is still so much I do not know. Things that have been stolen from me. That is why I seek out my patron.
All the rumors of the mummy's gold in the south, it's no wonder your tomb was robbed, and perhaps, unfortunately, many adventuring parties have scattered it to the corners of the lands. I hope that you can find it someday.
It is not the material that I mourn. With time and age, my mind has been addled to a degree. Otherwise, I would be of more help. All of the bickering over my patron's usefulness means nothing. I will seek him out, one way or another. If not to gain the full support, simply to learn what it is we must do. Surely that is enough for you, Claus.
I agree full-heartedly that this information is the most important thing that we seek, but I do believe there are perhaps faster avenues we could take to get it. And I'm not saying that we should prioritize that one or the other, but
the table sort of sits in a low murmur. Many are taking notes. Many are discussing with their neighbors the many possible avenues that could be taken moving forward. Overall, they seem the general vibe is they seem to have sort of written off the clause as undecided on what they will do, and so they need to refocus on their original plans with hopefully your presence in the battle when it is needed. Seems to be the general vibe now.
What's stopping us from doing both? Today, right now, we head towards the tomb, see if we can convince the Wind Dragon for aid. If not, we come back. In the next couple of days, we help Rachel find his patron. Seems easy enough.
well, there's something there. In the time that we're gone, maybe Emerstill could locate the patron. But then no tattoos. We didn't reach out to Regirex. We didn't reach out to Jarrett. We gotta find Jarrett still.
Well, to get to the tomb, someone's got to teleport us there, and that's
Right.
Emerstill.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, and she'll look at Jert. Fuck Regirex. We don't need her.
We need her dead. I trust you all to handle that.
If she dies before I get the information I need. And he just closes his mouth.
What is this information that you need?
She has my sister.
Wait, I'm sorry, what now?
She has my sister.
I don't think your mouse friend over here knows the whole story.
No. How did she get a hold of...
Probably around the same time she killed my mother.
There's sort of a low, there's a sort of a gasp from some people and a murmur, and then Captain Serana Anita says, Jert, how is it of all the people in Elsir Vale she would know your family? No one seems to know who you are even.
Oh, that's not what you looked at, picture.
I am Jert Bandon. I was meant to be somewhere around likely 80 to 90 years old at this point. I was lost in the Feywild when I was a child. My family remained and aged along behind me, while I was gone for what seemed like 20 years, about a quarter of the time. In the time I was gone, and the reason I was gone, was who became Regirex, a young woman, a girl, friend of mine, who I chased foolishly into a forest, and while I was lost in the Feywild, she was lost in the Feydark, and warped into this creature that you'd call Regirex. That is how she knows me. She is obsessed with me. And in doing so, she found my family, revealed herself to my aged mother, causing her to die of fright, heart attack, who knows? And in our most recent interaction, she revealed to me that she has in captivity my sister.
Yormil's jaws his jowls kind of like shake a little bit, and he says, "Wow, this sounds like something right out of a fairy tale. I am sorry about what happened to your family."
So am I.
And then he dares to say, "But many will die. I don't think that these bloodlords deserve any mercy, regardless of what they may or may not hold over our heads."
But she won't receive mercy. I will receive the answers that I seek, and she will die. Both of these things will happen.
And it could be fairly easy to arrange the situation, for she was the one who directed us to seek out the tattoo designs, and she seeks them for her own protection. And due to her nature, she would be obligated to give us reciprocity for this task complete.
Lady Verasa Call says, "Well, now I don't think I trust those tattoos. An enemy agent led you to them?"
Well, her motivations are simply that there is mind flayers amongst their army and she fears them.
It sounds like she tried to reach out to you for possible alliance against the Red Hand.
Oh, she no doubt wants to escape them, to live a life of love and obsession with dear Jert.
But she
Since
still believes it's
vanished
possible.
before we could return.
Perhaps she had second thoughts.
She had a new project to work on. Our friend, Thanlin. She is turning into some horrible abomination as we speak. But her alliance with the Red Hand is one of convenience and like business. They had something she wanted, and she was obligated to give them reciprocity for receiving it. She's not a zealot.
Captain Lars Olver says, "Yes, the loss of Then. That's a mighty blow to your order, to be sure. All have heard legend of his defensive fighting style and his incredible courage. To lose him so close to this pivotal battle, and then, if what you say is true, to have to face him on the battlefield alongside the other horrors. That is troubling news."
He was perhaps the best of us.
The only alternative options.
Alandri looks to Goldenbrow and says, "But it doesn't have to be like that, does it?" And Goldenbrow furrows her golden brows and says, "To pull someone's soul back from the beyond is a cruelty. It should only ever be done when the need is dire."
The need has never been more so.
I understand that it might seem that way, but you might be depriving your friend of a well-deserved rest, an afterlife where he no longer has to fear or suffer.
Barnabas shakes his head at this notion. He says, "Death is for those who don't have the ambition to achieve greatness."
No, death is a doorway to a well-deserved new path. Those that continue to return time and time again, they find themselves diminished. Is this a sacrifice that you would want him to make for you? Is it a sacrifice he would be willing to make? I am blessed by Paylor to have such powers that would not be needed. He could be returned to us.
But his original body would still be this mutant.
Did you return him to an untainted form if Regirix has had his way with him? Or had her way with him?
She says, I don't know how much Regirix has studied of the Mind Flayer's bio sort of magics. They have a way of molding flesh and mind into new and terrible things. He may have already suffered the same fate that Aisling dealt with. He may no longer be, and thus there would be nothing to call back to us.
Perhaps this project isn't ended yet, and if we interrupt her work right now, we stand a chance of recovering him. We could spy on her location, go to her, and extract Thanlin's remains after we're done with her.
Once that is done, you would let the boy rest.
That would be his choice to make. If he wished to continue his second life, or...
I spoke to Thanlin multiple times. While he was a defender and a hero to your people, he was still young. But he had faced too much, seen too great of battles. I do not know how much fight was left in him.
I'd rather see him get his rest than be turned into whatever abomination Regirix will make him into.
I agree.
Do you have any part or piece of him I can use to build a new body for him?
So here's a weird one.
By the way, she's not level 20, y'all. She doesn't have true resurrection. Like, she can cast resurrection, but she still needs a piece of him. There's also the complication that you guys would not technically have the biggest piece of the wishbone, even if you had a piece of him.
Right.
Now that shouldn't stop it. It just means that the rest of his body would just be off somewhere else, and a new body would be created via the resurrection spell using the piece that you guys have. So it would almost be like there's two physical representations of Thanlin in the world. Player 1 and player 2.
Well, they could fight each other.
Yeah. Sonic and Shadow. You see? Like,
this is shaping up to be a great story.
Oh my god.
So the best bullshit that we can offer on like pretending we have something of Thanlin's is Rajar is wearing
I don't want pretending. I mean, I need like a chunk. I ain't gonna take his pubic hair is here because I still have his underpants.
I was gonna say like clotted blood in the armor that Rajar is wearing because he's wearing Thanlin's old armor, which he was brutally stabbed in many times.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys didn't take the precaution of snipping pinky toes or fingies or things like that, I mean.
I was gonna ask, the boy got blown the fuck up by a Bethriax. Would pieces of him been turned to ash that could have been collected?
I mean, it would have been ash at that point. It wouldn't really have been pieces anymore.
Does it have to be a whole parts, or
no? I mean, any decent sized piece technically can grow the rest of the body. So it says the spell closes all mortal wounds and restores any missing body parts. So one would say that if you only had the pinky toe, it would restore the rest of the body. That's sort of the exploit for resurrection. It's why it's a very popular thing to do at higher levels. Is to once you have regeneration and stuff, is you keep
a pinky.
You keep a pinky on file essentially in case something like this happens.
I feel like we're not that kind of party. We didn't talk about that in our charter.
Nah.
And Thanlin is very anti-jar.
Okay. So at this point, Yormel, who wasn't a big fan of Thanlin, says, not to disparage this great hero, but if we're bringing people back, why not just bring back the heroes of rest? And everyone kind of looks around like, oh yeah, that's the kind of big brain Reddit post thinking that, why are the writers so fucking dumb? So Tredora Goldenbrow looks at him and says, because their work is done.
And they died of old age.
Or from illithids. Like Aesla in the Wind.
You catch my drift.
My God.
He's learning new lingo.
Dira Sparrowheart says, I had thought that these claws of the veil would be more decisive, more definitive. You have misled me, Orion. These are children that bicker and fight. Decisions must be made. Time runs out.
Decisions
A
are made
fight,
through
God.
conversation. We
There's
already
been
have
enough
the process
conversation.
that we already have the process that we are taking. The decision we are making is which ally to go for. Rather than tell us that we are children, perhaps you should offer an opinion on the matter. We're all here to offer how we think. Unless you think we should just leave.
I mean, seriously, we've been doing this for like a month.
Has it really been a month?
It has not been long.
Oh my god.
Dira says, of your choices, it seems the best is the most definitive. Both dragons are an unknown quantity, but this tattoo that you have discovered would protect many and aid many more. It would also ease the minds of those who are concerned about mind control and other trickery.
Research the tattoo. That is what the wizard should do. As to the matter of the dragons, I would like a vote of opinion from all members of the council. Raise your left hand if you are in favor of us searching for the Dracolich. Raise your right hand if you are in favor of us searching for the Wind Dragon. Note that this will not determine our course of action, but we would like your opinion. You have 30 seconds to comply, or your vote will be assumed to be forfeit.
Okay.
Damn.
All right. Some of them just sort of chuckle, and Lady Verasakal gives you a look that is you have overstepped, but also some respect. And then she says,
She fucking stares down the people that chuckles.
oh, "Okay. These people are all well, I mean, not all of them, but many of them are, are leaders of their people and community. They're used to being stared down." Lady Verasakal would say, well, the Dracolich certainly has merit. It sounds very powerful, and it also has secrets, and knowledge is power.
I mean, if they keep chuckling, she'll fucking get up and leave. She's not putting up with a clown show if they're going to ridicule them and then laugh at them when they try to fucking get a vote.
Okay, do you want the vote, or are you going to keep getting mad that some of them chuckled at you?
I mean, if they continue to chuckle, then yeah, she'll get up and leave because she doesn't want to deal with them being children.
Okay.
Seems like a defense mechanism from Lady Call. She doesn't like being confronted, so she would just like dismiss it and laugh.
Yeah, I mean, she's trying to explain her stance, but I mean, it's cool. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go from here. I don't know where to
I'll
go from
hear
here.
them out.
I'll keep hearing the vote.
I mean,
Well,
am I allowed to finish, Layla, or like what should I do?
I'm just asking, are they continuing to
Well,
basically ridicule and laugh at her?
A chuckle indicates a short laugh. So they, at your sudden and very stern demand of all of them, some of them did chuckle. If that is something that you can't handle, then you could leave. Did they start guffawing and pounding their fists on the table and falling out of their chairs with laughter? No.
And that's the clarification I was trying to get.
I see. Verasakal continues and says, on the other hand, this Dylirian is a living and breathing creature and guards the tomb of a hero of rest that may or may not have a weapon of great power that could be of use. I think that whatever you decide, either dragon should be pursued. That's all I wanted to say. Tredora thinks you should go to Dilerion. Lord Jarmath says that both routes seem risky, and are you sure that your time could not be better spent helping bolster the defenses of the city here? Bron Bronson trusts you guys to make the right decision. Captain Lars Ulverth would very much like you to go get Dilerion, because a Draco Lich has the word Lich in it. Sounds scary, and if we were going to do scary stuff, could have just gotten the Ghost Lord involved. Immerstal the Red says that all three options seem good. You certainly have amongst yourselves the means to pursue them without his aid. So perhaps then, yes, his efforts would best be spent taking Barnabas's notes and trying to get everybody protected from essentially mental espionage and such before as soon as possible. Alandri sides with Immerstal on that matter, apologetically to Radriar. Let's see, Kellen Shadowbanks, who hasn't really talked much about any of this, says that they both seem like viable routes. Secrets and knowledge are often worth more than weapons, in his opinion. Arvithel feels that both are risky. The idea of two ancient dragons fighting over the city, it just seems like even more destruction. It does not seem like either of these great and ancient beasts could be trusted to bring their power to the battlefield without there being severe collateral damage. So she doesn't think you should go get either dragon. Celeria Starsinger says if you're going to get a dragon, she'd prefer a living one, because if you were going to get undead allies, you may as well have just gotten the Ghost Lord. Ray thinks that friend Radriar knows things and could know more if he were helped on that path, and that he has given much to help against the Red Hand, and you have some time. Perhaps you should help him with this, because it does seem to be very important to him. The two dwarves that you recruited will do whatever Aragorn thinks is best for the dwarven people, but they had wanted to spend the next few days appraising the city, its defenses, and its infrastructure so that they could better report to the remaining dwarf forces when they arrived. Gina does not really want to go deal with dragons in either direction. She's finally back in civilization. She would like to stay here and assist with the town's defenses, siege engines, and all of that. Sir Tyrion the Wise is not as high a level wizard as Iverstal, and was more than likely going to assist with the creation and application of the tattoos. Jocelyn will essentially go and do whatever Barnabas thinks is the best course of action, because she deeply respects his opinion. Gerard and Minette were hoping to offer their services for supply and feeding of the troops, and sort of getting everyone ready in that sort of infrastructure for a potential siege, though many think that this will not be a traditional long-term siege. Dear Sparrow Heart thinks that you guys just need to make a fucking decision. She doesn't care what you fucking do. She's not your boss. Brother Durney would prefer a living dragon to a dead dragon, because he worships Pelor, and Pelor doesn't like undead. Eormel thinks that you guys should split up and get both dragons, because 2 versus 1, you're bound to win. And he says, I don't know why they don't split up all the time if they're so capable. Captain Serana Anita says that you guys excel at risky gambits. She's sure whichever path you choose will yield results. But you can tell that she is haunted by the open discourse about bringing Thanlin back to life and the fate of Thanlin after his death at the hands of Rogierix. And Nora Whiston says that all of these solutions seem a bit more magical and supernatural than he ever wanted to have to deal with. He wishes that this could just be a normal city siege and focus could be made on the tactics, the defenses, shoring up, preparing, and possibly even doing some reconnaissance to the approaching army. And not worrying about dragons or bringing people back from the dead or any of that supernatural mumbo jumbo. So that's where they all kind of stand.
It sounded like a pretty overwhelming unison that living dragon would be their preference. There's about 3 votes in the favor of Dracolich and then like 6 in the favor of the wind. I'm not saying that we should go with that decision. I'm just that's
I mean,
what I heard.
Layla
We have a
wants to
poll
know,
for a
Layla wants to
reason.
know. Yeah, Layla wants
Yep.
to know how the room felt. That is how the room felt. Not just raising their hand, one or the other, but giving you real talk. This is how and why they feel that way. And as the discourse ends, Lady Verasakal looks at you, Layla, again, and she gives you a nod.
I think it's time for us to have a poll. Or do we need to talk more on it?
So
And-
Lord Jarmoth was a very wise leader. He says, I understand that there is time constraining everything that we do. But we have discussed much, and many new facts have come to the table. Perhaps it is best for all to sleep on it, and we can meet again in the morning, or, simply put, the claws of the veil, they do not work for me. They do not work for anyone. Elsir Vale is a free land, and they are not consigned or conscripted into my service or any other. Whatever they decide, I will back them. If they decide to leave in the middle of the night, I ask only that they leave some communication so we know that they have gone. If they wish to meet again in the morning, after further discussion, I will make the time to do so. But I feel that we are walking and talking in circles now. It is obvious the paths that lay before us. Let us go, rest, and think on what to do next. Immerstone, can you begin research on those notes this evening? Even if the fate of the claws is undecided, it seems that you, Sir Tyrion and Alandri, know what to do next. And he nods.
Rajar begins standing up as he's talking.
All right.
We can use this time to research your patron and maybe find some other information and then meet again in the morning.
Do not waste your time. You are correct, Lord Jarmuth. They are going in circles. But Jurex is their priority. Alandri and Immerstal, you've already said your own. I will take my griffin. I will go. Focus your resources where you can. And I trust we will meet again at the great battle.
Alandri says, but before you go, I have something that may be yours.
Looks down at her.
I ask only that you wait for me to retrieve it before leaving. I will meet you on the roof in an hour.
Very well. Perhaps the stairs will not take me that long.
She laughs softly and says, you play the old man well.
As do you, the young.
All right. So, if that is the case, what would be a good map? You guys want this Brindol city map as your sort of, we're not in the council meeting, what do we do now sort of thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
All right.
Also, see. Does Jared climb speed? Because
No, I've never had one.
never. Oh.
No, I just jump everywhere.
Oh.
I jump everywhere, and then I use my chain whip to like climb places. You know, when you knocked me down that pit, I had to climb up for like 3 rounds.
Yeah, you
motherfucker
know
got
what?
bombs.
Maybe I'll give him this percent.
Good. That'll be good for him.
Okay.
I
All right.
assume you have. Okay.
Sure, take that scroll of Zephyr Strike.
Is that on the other list? Because I'm looking on
Was
the
it?
Brindle one.
No. I could have sworn that was a free one.
I don't see it on the Brindle list.
It was in their shop. I think there's a link that goes to 5e shops.
Yeah,
I think
it's
I
on the
saw it
second
in there.
page. It is.
Right, so I know we were told that anything from the first list is fine, but then the second list is like hit or miss.
No, this is still from the red magic.
The red
and Sundry.
magic and sundries, they will just take the hit and give you these items if you can make use of them.
All right, then yeah, I'll take the scroll of Zephyr Strike.
I see a scroll of chill touch in there. That could be useful. Can druids cast Call Lightning? I feel like that's a
Yeah.
druid spell. That's in there.
Yeah, they can't do lightning bolt, so I think they gave him call lightning instead.
Well, Layla, you should take the scroll of Call Lightning, and maybe the chill touch. There's a scroll of Cure Wounds in there that would offset a spell slot. Other than that, I'm taking the scroll of Thunder Wave, and that's it.
The scrolls I'm seeing under red magic aren't really things I could use. I can't even use most of the stuff as a sorcerer. Damn.
There's a Chromatic Orb in there. Isn't that a sorcerer spell?
Are you? I'm looking at it. I don't.
Where there's
Where do you
two
see
links.
that?
I'm gonna repost this link that I'm on in general right now.
Do we have any of these in like a folder, or should I just make a custom item?
A lot of them are just in the SRD, I
Okay.
believe. Yeah, if you need an item made, I'll make it. But
It
most of you
says-
should be able to quick insert them.
It says where they are in the Dungeon Master Guide.
Right. But we have quick insert,
Right.
and you guys should have access to those things. If you need me to drag something onto your sheet, I could do that as well.
Yeah, I'm just looking for where I would, like right
well-
side where I find
well,
that.
Just tell me the item you need. I'll add it to your sheet.
the last
Super
thing-
spider climbing, and then the
Okay.
scroll of Zephyr Strike. That's it.
The last thing is there was the Cloak of Mount Bank or whatever it's called. That is a dimension door, and someone should probably take that.
Oh, I just responded to your comment, but yeah.
I don't
you're
really
right.
need. I have enough mini teleports to get me by. Someone who doesn't have teleports maybe would want that.
Okay,
Yeah.
they have been added.
Yeah, Orion didn't
Thanks,
have any
Raj.
movement abilities, so he would be interested in that.
I think that'd actually be pretty cool for you because would you be able to take Claude in that? Is it
it's
medium-sized
Dimension Door,
creatures?
right?
Yeah. So is it limited to medium-sized creatures?
I can't remember. I have to look up the spell.
Dimension door. You teleport yourself from your current location, blah blah blah. You can bring along objects as long as their weight doesn't exceed what you can carry. You can also bring one willing creature of your size or smaller.
Oh yeah, no. I would
So,
not be able.
That
Well,
would
Give
be,
it a jerk.
I
that
could
would be
give
the
it.
lowest benefit person to give it to would be the smalls.
Well, actually, I can give it to Claude because he can't attune to items.
Oh,
But
he
can't
can.
cast.
He can.
Okay, great.
But
Yes,
can he
as,
cast
as,
it?
as long as his body is able to accommodate using an item, and it's a cape, so
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. The dragons in this campaign have magic items, so that makes sense.
that's amazing. I love this idea.
Can Claude cast a spell? Because the
No.
caster has to be the one to use this.
well, this. Hold on a second. Does it give them the use of Dimension Door?
Well, if he has the item, he has to be able to actually use it.
It does say it gives you the ability to cast the spell as an action, but so verbal. He has to be able to speak aloud the command words and stuff. Since he does not have the ability to speak, I don't know if he could speak the words of magic for it.
No
Alright.
magic and beast speech. That's fair.
He-
It's reasonable.
Yeah, it'd be pretty dope though.
He'd look
Teleporting
good in a
lion.
cape. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean, I'd allow it. I'd allow him to do it if you
Oh,
wanted to.
oh shit.
Because the only thing is a verbal component, and he has the ability to vocalize. So I feel like that would work.
And the only other person that would have been like really useful to give that to would be like Thanlin, I feel like, because Jerk just topped off on attunements. Is that correct?
Now, if you wanted to be a hard ass, you would give the cape a command word, and then you would say that the animal is unable to vocalize that command word. So yeah. If you wanted to be generous, you would say that the command word is simply a vocalization of intent.
So I'll read you the passage that's specifically in the Beast's Heart. A companion creature can be outfitted with magic items the same way a character can. However, the fact that most companions lack proper hands and can't speak make it difficult for them to wield magic wands, rods, staves, wands, weapons, and items that require command words or other speech to function.
All right. We'll take the raw, homebrew raw route, and we'll say that they sort of thought that through when they designed your class, and I will not be generous this time.
Thanks, Coville.
There is a command word, and he's incapable of vocalizing it properly. There you go. But if you awakened him, ...
Hey, Celeria, can we talk over here for a second?
Wait, you told me the whole time you was with her, you didn't think about awakening Claude?
I wasn't with her the whole time.
If you guys have had a conversation about awakened animals, she would have probably expressed to you that she personally views the awakening of an animal not as a blessing, but as a curse, because a beast mind is pure, and they only have to worry about life and death and reproduction, and they find joy in simpler things. Giving a creature an awakening should only, is done carelessly by many, but should only be done if it seems that is what the beast would want, or it seems that it would be beneficial, measuring the scales, right? Are the benefits outweighing the cost kind of thing? Is the sacrifice of this beast innocence essentially worth doing it?
Yeah, I imagine that was probably a conversation when Orion spent a couple of days at the Tiri Couture's capital after the claws had left, when he had learned more about Gomek and was kind of like, oh, why is he all special and godlike and all this stuff? And yeah, that probably went down that road.
Right.
I mean, at the very least, he would the cape would still give Orion a way of movement. But yeah, other than that, there wasn't really much else on this list that really would be useful other than just potions, healing potions. They don't have any potions of resistances, do they? I don't think that was in here. I just wanted to ask that.
If it's not on the list, then it has already been distributed to other people.
Okay.
Before we leave his shop,
that is what they have available for you guys.
Yeah. Before we leave his shop, I just look around to the group, and specifically to Jarrett, and say, like, when Jarrett sent you that messenger, did she tell us where to meet her in Brindol?
I don't recall. I don't think she did. Jarrett never sent me a message. What do you mean?
Well, yeah, she did. When we were in the Dwarven Holds, someone like reached out to you, like some rando approached you and said.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I didn't receive like a sending from anybody. Like
no.
Okay, yeah. No. I don't think there was a location given. No, but if there was, his keen mind would remember.
Right.
I'm pretty sure the indication was she would find you if you got to Brindle. Like she would seek you out essentially.
Yeah.
Wait, Jarrett's here? This is Orion talking. There's a lot this boy needs to get caught up on.
Most likely.
If she hasn't left with the people who evacuated, she is likely still here.
Now, am I to assume that you guys accept the hospitality of Lord Jarmoth and are given essentially like diplomat suite within the keep? So a common room with several like small bedrooms adjoining it, sort of thing.
Okay. We don't have a battle wagon anymore.
True.
All right, so I'll assume that's where you guys are as you are discussing and planning what to do.
I mean, I guess that's the next step for Barnabas, right? You turn that.
I guess. Oh, see, I need to ask. Cryptid, if Rajar is leaving the party to pursue this on his own.
Yep.
Who are you playing? Like, what? Do you have a backup? I was so busy this week with these live stream events and stuff that I just didn't Yeah, we didn't really get to catch up, and then
No, it's all
We
right.
still have his last character in a jar.
Jeez.
Oh my
technically
god.
you do have a piece of him, quite a substantial amount, a pickle jar at least.
That is one thing, but until
Hmm.
then, I'll be playing Raijin,
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
if that's all right with you.
Yes, I am eager to see how that plays out.
But only if he needs to come out, you know.
Okay, fair
At the
enough. If,
moment,
yeah,
I'm
it's
finding the
yeah. If things stay in exploration / role play pillars of play, then you know you have time, kind of thing. All right.
Oh, thank God! I already have a stream token made for him.
So, I can sense that no one wants to bring anyone back from the dead, and that's fine. Just gonna point out that if we're going to the wind, a dragon, that having a person to help convince him to join our cause it'd be pretty good. It'd be pretty good. I don't have Donnie Salami with me anymore. I don't know, Aragorn, maybe you're up to the task.
Sure. But I don't know much about him or, well...
Yeah, we had this guy who was like an expert on all of these stories. He would have been great at
I
this.
mean, he would probably have been great for a mission of grief counseling. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, asking me to help counsel someone. Oh,
Yeah, a dwarf counseling people on grief. Yeah, that'll go well.
Ooh. I guess Orion would ask Miss Goldenbrow, since he's wielding the weapon of Gavin, one of the fallen rest heroes, would that be a good idea to have that in front of the dragon?
Well, she says that amongst your number you bear weapons of rest already, proof of your worthiness.
That's true.
You need to have more confidence in yourselves. You are the great heroes that everyone tells you are. We need you to believe that.
I think if Barnabas had any more confidence, it would be a bad thing.
Yeah, but if you think about it, a greater hero, one who he had a personal tie to, went over and tried to convince him, and he still said no. Yeah, this is gonna go great.
Wait, you mean the Tridora?
Yeah, she said herself that
Yeah.
she tried to go convince him, and he was like, no.
Yeah, but
So,
it was
I mean,
like
now
she's
some
like
strangers holding the weapons of his friends are gonna be like, yo,
Right.
hey, same question she asked you, by the way.
it was much like Tridora reminds him of his sadness. You know, it's kind of like one of those things.
Well, there's a reason that there's a reason why you get a third party to be your counselor, right? Like if you're sad about something, you don't want the people in your life to be your counselor because you're going to feel that your grief is weighing them down, that you're a burden to them. You're going to feel that they are biased in what they are saying to you. They might be saying what they think you want to hear. They might be making things worse by bringing up these memories that you don't want to share with them anymore, because that starts to walk you down that path of remembrance of how things are. Again, IRL, you go and you get a person you've never fucking met before to counsel you through your problems. I know not everybody believes in counseling and all that kind of stuff, but that's sort of why it works, right? Because this person doesn't give a shit per se, right, about why you're sad. They're there to help you get past it, or they don't give a fuck why your life is a mess. They're there to help you fix it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You make a great point, except we're not asking them to move past it. We're literally asking him to come back and do it again.
Yeah? I mean,
well, if we're
it's a
being
thing.
completely honest, he didn't finish the job. Since, mind benders are still out and about helping the Red Hand, and would he really want someone to go through the same thing
Yeah, but we're talking about the Draculich. That's the same situation. He didn't finish the Red Hand, so they're still out and about. So it's
And he would be motivated entirely by revenge and finishing it. This one would likely want to escape it and the thing that ruined their life.
I think we can motivate this one to revenge. Revenge is a pretty easy emotion to capture.
It's also a poisonous thing to have on one's mind.
This could give them closure in this chapter of their life.
Plus, what would the hero say if she found out that the dragon turned his back because of his grief?
Oh,
to the
definitely
rest
say
of the
that
realm?
in front of them. Definitely.
Well,
say that in front of
this is exactly what I'm saying it now. See, this is why I can't talk to people.
So to kind of clarify, we're gonna avoid any more wibbly wobbly talking to people at the council, because that scene is over. You guys are in your diplomatic suite or whatever. There is a knock at the door, and a rather nondescript servant. She kind of wheels in a cart of drinks and food and amenities, like things to bathe with and clean yourselves, and hygiene stuff like that, right? And then extra pillows, whatever. As she is leaving, she just says over her shoulder to you, "It's a shame that the city has been evacuated. The Manticore's sting was always a very good place to find information. I wonder if it still is." And she just kind of keeps, pushing the little trolley back out, and then closes the door.
That was weird. But anyway, back to our
Sorry. It's the laughing Manticore, not the Manticore sting. But it would be location 12 on your map.
And Barnes is already getting up and getting ready to go out to there.
Wait, why are we leaving?
No, it's
because
there's a spread here. Why are we leaving?
Because we just been given obvious directive. Let's go.
Someone from Brindol. What's this place's reputation?
Oh, this is like the front for the Thieves Guild, the Laughing Manticore.
So I probably have experience with it.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that's where you started, but you might have. Yeah, you might have worked for people who operated out of that establishment.
Well, at the very least, maybe you'll know where it is.
Yeah. So seeing the confusion on a few people's face, she would explain what just happened. that person was probably, a member of the Thieves Guild, and they're seeking a sort of secondary meeting with us.
Oh, because you were a thief, right?
More of a pickpocket trying to get by and feed myself.
Same thing, different words though.
Nope.
I get what
Tasha
you're
here
saying.
was the thief. I didn't even learn the cant.
Oh God, you're a poor thief then.
It doesn't come with the background. Sorry.
Wow.
Sasha says, yeah, I think she would say this. She would kind of step in and say, "There's nothing wrong with doing what you have to do to survive." And yeah, the Laughing Manticore is a tavern and a brewery, and it is a front for the Thieves Guild.
Sounds like all my favorite things. Let's go.
But there's smoked Gouda here.
You can
grab it
bring
on the way out.
smoked Gouda with you.
I've been surviving on Bearhouse milk and Bearhouse cheese this whole time.
Oh my God.
It honestly is probably wise for us to meet with them. They know the underside of the city. How we could talk about more, less forward military tactics.
So we're playing dirty.
Yep, let's go.
Yeah. And I've sent a few letters through our adventure, making sure they went ahead and stockpiled on food, expecting this to come, so maybe they have some preparations underway.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so you guys are well-known heroes. You can come and go from the keep as you would, and then it would take a little bit of time to walk down the hill, keeping in mind that because of the step nature of the town, there's a lot of it's not a very handicap accessible place. There's a lot of steep stairs and long ramps, but you would eventually arrive at the building. It does seem to be boarded up and shut down. The sign out front depicts a manticore with a big lulz look on its face, big happy smile, and it is lewdly squirting venom from a tail stinger into a glass, or not a glass, sorry, a tankard. And then in whimsical font it says, "The Laughing Manticore."
Imagine we all look at Layla and Sasha and be like, all right, what's the special entrance?
Oh, jeez. Let me try to remember. It's been years.
I mean, there is a
Let's
a
see.
basement entrance through the sewers, or you could just simply, I mean, you're again well-known heroes, essentially working in the defense of the city. You could just
Knock.
pull the boards aside and open the door if you wanted to. Like,
I think she thinks for a second, remembers the smell of the sewers, and goes, "Just pull off the boards."
I nod. I summon a crowbar, hand it to Jert.
Eridor just loudly bangs on the front. Oi! Open up!
Reclamation in the name of the claws of the veil. He just puts his crowbar in the board and starts tearing off the door.
all right, a guard across the street, he waves at you guys, and he says, "Keep up the good work."
Thumbs up.
Yeah, Jer raises the crowbar and then goes back for another.
We're like Thanes in Skyrim.
Did I
Well,
do
you
it?
just do whatever you want. Just do whatever you want. All right. Let's see. Hold on a sec. I'm looking for a scene file, but it got put in the wrong place. Okay.
You know what? Since no one took it, I'm gonna take the figurine of wondrous power.
The fly.
Oh, with an actual just a fly?
Well, I'm asking. Did you take?
Oh
is
yeah,
that-
yeah. I'll take
okay.
it.
All right. Do you need me to add that to your sheet?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let's see. I'll take you back to the roleplay table.
So did you want the cape, Barnabas?
Oh no, you can have it.
Alright, let's get rid of all these guys. Alright, do you take any B team members with you, or do you kind of leave them to their own devices for a bit?
Well, since this is technically supposed to be a secret thing, we don't want a large crowd, so just us would be.
Us
You know,
plus probably Sasha.
Sasha.
She is
Yeah.
a thief.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're gonna get my thieves' cant, which is gonna be like Ixnay on the Sniznay. Elgate.
Oh,
We're
stop!
here for
Stop.
the meeting. A.
No, for
And
some
God,
reason, I
I-
just feel like we should just, I don't know. Something's just telling me we should bring Riot Jen. I don't know what's.
Yeah.
I like that, and we should bring little Tony wherever we go, so we don't get, attacked, surprise attacked by illithids.
A squirting manticore. That sounds like my kind of night.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
No!
Nice.
Well done.
Alright, let me change outlet music. I feel like this music could work forever, but I'm gonna change out the music. Let's see. So some
Ooh, that
tense-
Claude
tense-
art.
Oh
Yo.
damn!
Whoa.
Oh, that's when he goes in rage.
Oh,
That doesn't usually happen.
Uh,
no! Keep it.
back,
Keep
it's
it.
so
Go
good.
back.
So... No, he's a sweet, gentle boy. He's a sweet, gentle boy. Alright, here we go. Alright, when you enter, from the shadows behind the bar, you hear a familiar voice. Sounds like Jarrett. And she says, well, at least you made enough noise that we knew you were coming. Try not to draw too much attention. And she steps out of the shadows and motions you inside. And you see also off in the shadows is hold on a sec, let me grab all these people. I thought they were preloaded, but I didn't know if you'd bother going here, if you'd rush off to something else. Let's see. Here we go. All right, so, and then Winter's Wind. All right, cool. All right, yeah, so she'll look at all of you and say, well, you all look well seasoned.
Good to see you again, Jarrett. I'm glad you fared well.
I would not say that I fared well, but I stayed on the move.
You disappeared quite suddenly.
I did. I had certain recreational hobbies that were going to, I believed at the time, become public and cause a great deal of difficulty. Difficulties I certainly couldn't afford to deal with at the time, or even now. I later found out that my confidence in the guard of Drellin's Ferry was certainly misplaced, and I probably could have just talked my way out of it.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, they did.
Know how to open a back door.
She kind of winces and says, well, sometimes prudence takes you down a more difficult path.
Would you like to walk us through your timeline and why we're having a conversation?
Certainly.
Because you've clearly made some allies to have us be meeting here.
All right. Here's the fast and quick story, without too much melodrama. Picture this: a young girl on the streets of Denver, not a penny to her name, no family, no friends, no allies, a bleak existence, etc., etc., etc. Oh, boo-hoo, we feel so bad for her. She has talent, though. Arcane talent. But you see, the college in Denver, it doesn't just take anyone. In fact, those who aren't well connected or easy to control, those that don't have anything to lose, well, if they're discovered to have arcane power, they have a tendency to go missing. Sometimes they end up on the slab in the science department. Let's see how they tick, and so on and so forth. So you have this talent, and you can't do anything with it. You weren't blessed with an incredible bloodline that allows your sorcerous nature to take hold and control the magic. No, you just have a connection to the weave of magic, and you can't really do much with it. But if people find out that you can do anything at all, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Denvar's going to be a cruel place.
And so maybe this person was pushed in desperation to find an easier means to power. And so they made a pact with whispering shadows, you might say. There are many such creatures. I felt a kinship to Guy, for he, in his own way, had sort of made a similar deal. He wanted to be more than he was. He wanted to do more than his station, his lot in life would have given him power to do. And while his mistress was mostly a mystery to me, he was useful, and he was kind. And I will miss him greatly. Anyways,
So
fast forwarding the story.
Wait, so you know of his passing already?
Yes, I've been keeping tabs on you as best I can. You don't make a big deal of hiding your presence, though it's pretty easy to purchase the information from the trail of chaos and destruction you leave behind you. I mean, that's just what heroes do. So anyways, this person, they gained magical powers through unorthodox methods. One of the requirements was a certain amount of sacrifice that needed to be made. And so they say that you should, if you love your job, you'll never work a day in your life. And I just never knew. I just never knew how beautiful the sound of a blade parting flesh could be until I had to do it.
Eric is going to immediately side-eye Layla like, are we really doing this?
Artemis looks so connected to Jarrett right now and identifies with her plight.
But hobbies and bad habits aside, this person, who is me by the way, built a pretty decent network for themselves, and through that network was made aware of an approaching army. And I knew that Elsir Vale was simply not ready for such a threat, and would certainly not listen to whispered rumors coming from a magic broker of questionable origin. I did some research, and I wanted to try something. A temporal ritual, as it were. They say that everything, the multiverse and time itself, is a wheel that turns, and that everything that was will be again. I knew that the best defense that we had against this encroaching army, this great evil, this terrible force, was not scrambling about trying to rouse an army. Nothing that we could create on such short notice could ever compete with what was coming, not by the reports that I had gained. We needed heroes. We needed heroes the likes of which hadn't been seen in 500 years. And so I took it upon myself to start sponsoring would-be adventurers, mercenaries. There were many. I thought if I put enough of them out into the world, maybe destiny itself, maybe the universe would see that everything was repeating itself, that the wheel had turned a full rotation again, and that something would awaken here in the Vale that would make it possible to stand against this great evil. And after seeing and hearing all that you've done, I dare say maybe it was a success. But you likely haven't come here to really hear that. You must have questions for me beyond what I have explained. So what can I do to assuage your misgivings of me, to help you?
What have you been spending your time doing in the in-between?
Well said. I have been using my connections and money, which is all but spent at this point, learning all that I can of this enemy. They are known to my patron, for she is a lady of shadows, and the Shadowfell and its adjoining realms is well known to her. This being, this sanguine king, by now you know that he seeks a return, that all of this war, these attacks, this is all a prelude to something bigger. I learned, much as you have, of the history of the Southlands, that it was not always a desert, that it was drained of life by this being, this sanguine king, and that it will be again. Not the Southlands time, but Elsir Vale. For like I said, time is a wheel. But time is a wheel, and a wheel turns, but the road changes. I would like this time to be different. I believe that everything that has happened is part of some great ritual to bring him back. Every move they've made, everything they've done, even targeting this city, has a purpose hidden from view, different than what you would think of in a military sense. In a military sense, taking this well-defended city, the heart of the region, sets them up to defend the conquered realm against a counterattack from Denevar and its naval allies. It's too far inland for those naval allies to provide any real threat to them. And essentially, Denevar is trapped with no access to the Vale, and all of the Vale is now under their control. It gives them a seat of power that would allow them, at their leisure, to finish conquering the region with Denevar, and then spread north and south. Truly, this is a great gem to add to one's crown, the city of Brindol, the great walled city. But what if that's not why they're attacking Brindle? What if conquering the city, attacking the city, destroying the city, what if that is in some way part of the ritual? I don't know.
That has been a concern of mine lately. That it's like the Sanguine King is a being of bloodshed and war and conquest, and that the belief in him is what brings him to this, to materializes him. And that engaging in this war is in itself the ritual, that the bloodshed is the ritual, and that the slaves that they have captured on their way here are part of the ritual.
And she says, and that is what I believe too. But I wonder, are we overthinking it from the other direction? Just as those with a military mind came to their brilliant deductions about the Red Hand's goal of seizing Brindle, what if we have overthought what Brindle truly is? What if it's just a distraction?
That they summon the Sanguine King somewhere else, without the Veil's attention, because we're all distracted in war.
Perhaps. We know very little of their leadership, of their true size and force. We know only that they come from the west, and that they come from the dark, the Underdark, beneath the surface. But how big are they? Is this the true might of their army, or a forward force? Is this a deployment sent out to distract, while the true army marches down from the north and up from the south? Is this simply the first wave, and there's more to come? These are the things no one seems to be considering. For the immediate danger is already upon our doorsteps. Their torches already setting fire to our thatched roofs. Our blood already soaking our own soil. But what if it's all been misdirection? What better way to tie up any possible countermeasures than to take out of the equation the region's greatest cleric, wizard, mercenaries, leaders, heroes? They're all looking here. And she kind of like holds like a, cracked glass, like wine glass in her hand. And then she says, when they should really be looking over here. And then you see sleight of hand style, which doesn't impress Layla at all because you got super high perception. She's holding a dagger.
Rick crosses his arms. Say what you mean. Stop dancing around it.
Red caps.
I don't know what I mean other than to say
Red caps.
Red caps?
Yes. One thing I want to clarify is why there is red caps outside your store, but
because a great deal of blood was shed in my basement.
Yeah.
My patroness is a hungry sort.
We figured, but prior to those red caps being discovered, there was a whole bunch of distractions and graffiti and other things that were being done to Drellin's Ferry.
As they are being done to each community in Elsir Vale.
Correct. And then, while that was all going on to distract us from dairy farms, those farmhands were being slaughtered and the red caps were being born. What if, I'm just thinking this as an analogy. This whole war, this battle is a distraction so that they can just get the blood and then just summon red caps, or the ultimate red cap, the Sanguine King.
Oh my god. Malsin, you're a genius.
Yeah, I try.
So you bring this up, but what I mean by what I said is... And? We can't
And
simply take the 3 days that we have to go investigate a wild goose chase if you have nothing for us to go on.
well, how much of a difference do you think you would really make in the battle that is to come? I mean,
Impossible to know until we try.
well, impossible to know until you try something different. I am only trying to inform you of what I know. It is not my place to tell you the right path. That would interfere with everything. You are the heroes of this story. And for time to repeat, for the wheel to turn, you have to do this. I just gave you the nudge to get started.
Jared, I'd just like to point out that I am very grateful for you revealing all of this to us. And
Well, I figure at this point we're all going to either live or die, and maybe, in the distraction of everyone living and or dying, I'll just dip out, check out the Sapphire Seas or the Golden Sands of the South. I don't know. And then Winter's Wind says, or the frosty fields of the north. And Jarrett gives sort of a, I don't really want to do that, but okay, kind of nod to her.
Wouldn't go north, we sent Sarvith that way. We sent Sarvith that way, wouldn't go north.
I'd highly recommend the Sapphire Seas. It's real nice out there.
The point I'm making is, I'm sorry that if my proclivities have tainted our relationship, and if you feel that there was any sort of misdirection, I want to just say that my own personal practices and beliefs in no way should shape or influence your decisions and your behavior. I saw in you potential. Guy saw in you potential, or he would not have brought you to me.
Jarrett, I don't care much for any of the secret works that you do. That's your business. But I appreciate that you brought us together because your actions have inadvertently saved the Vale and helped unite this land as a people. So I'm grateful for your efforts, and I'm glad to meet up with you now and talk this out.
Well, you're very confident, and that's good. I don't think you've saved the Vale just yet.
We united it. We didn't save it.
There you go.
We might actually pull this off.
Honestly, my thoughts on that are this. If people see the circus troupe that is an adventuring party somehow bungling along and working together and making it happen, I think it awakens something in them. They're like, if these clowns could do it, maybe anybody could. I think that's why adventurers are so good at diplomacy. Now, admittedly, it would have been a lot easier with Guy. I had such high hopes. I was honestly worried that he would cause Celeria Starsinger to fall in love with him and possibly become the new king of the dwarves, but we never got to see any of that.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we've managed.
Would have been a sight. Guy was certainly something. And no, we're terrible with diplomacy, especially me. Short-tempered, awkward. I feel like every time we have a meeting, I pretty much almost jeopardize it.
Oh, don't forget, a little racist.
I'm not... Right. Well, sure. I hate you so much, Aragorn, you and your... stone licking.
At least she admits it. That's the first step.
He says, one thing I didn't expect was the return of someone so powerful from the past. I mean, talk about time being a wheel. This is your chance, Regier, to do what couldn't be done before. Armed as you are with the knowledge that you have from the past and that you have now and these allies that you've made, you're the boogeyman of the Red Hand. They fear your name, your reputation, of what it might mean for them.
Rager is here?
Oh shit, Rager wouldn't be here. My bad. I saw your mini off the side and I was like, all right. So then she would mention Rager in passing that.
I got you.
Yeah, that fortunately he came. Thank you. And then she says, where? Yeah, there we go. Where has he gone? I am not as well informed in the last few hours of what has transpired, other than you met with Lord Jarmath and his council.
He seeks the counsel of his patron, a Dracolich that participated in the war against the Red Hand in the south.
A Dracolich, you say? She
Yes,
looks at Winter's Wind, and Winter's Wind looks back at Jarrett.
Does that mean anything to you?
Well, only that I have had reports that from those who have infiltrated the ranks of the Red Hand that there are whispers when they speak of Osrandian, who has fallen, and a Bithriax who is undefeatable, that there is another even stronger than he, a dragon made of bone, bound into service by Azar Kul.
That does check out. The Bithriax did say that he had seen him.
Wait a minute. Is Azokul the Mind Flayer that we were speaking of?
No, that's
No.
general.
High
General
Priestess of
himself.
Blood.
No, he is far more than a general. He is the most revered being in the Red Hand. He is the one they speak of in hushed tones, afraid that perhaps wherever he is, he might hear them. Almost a religious figure, a saint, perhaps, of their religion.
Sorry, the reports we got from Rest. General Karn is the leader of the army. Azar
Right.
Kul is the leader of the whole Red Hand as a whole.
Right.
Correct, yes.
Oh.
Karn is a mighty general, do not be fooled. But they are a mighty army. There are those serving beneath Karn who would gladly and ably step into his place, should he fall, in the battle or beforehand. For I had considered hiring assassins. Unfortunately, the hand feels much like, I don't know, a troll or a hydra, things that you're very good at fighting. It just seems to remain strong, perhaps stronger still, through battle and bloodshed.
But this Azar Kul, the High Priest, maybe his position would be harder to step into. Perhaps he is essential for this ritual.
I think he is leading all of these efforts. I think if he has the power to bend a being as old and powerful as this Draco Lich to his service, well, he has to be a cleric of unparalleled power, stronger even than Lady Tredora.
I'm sorry. Run that back by me. He bent the Dracolich to him?
That is what the whispered rumors in the war camps of the Red Hand have said.
Are corroborated by
Bullshit.
Bithriax. I think that made our decision for us.
Amongst their numbers, they have these small green folk called goblins, and they are not treated very well. I was able to capture some and convince them that it would be best and perhaps even profitable for them to work for me instead. Sadly, most were eventually found out or died, but I still have one or two in my service I can call upon.
Your craftiness impresses me, Jarrett.
Excuse me, Lady Jarrett. Could we have a small hero huddle real quick?
Of course. No one in the world would respect a hero huddle more than me.
Okay.
And then they
Guys.
have an anti-heroes huddle over here.
Guys, I'm so glad we found Jarrett again. It was great.
I want to make an
Okay.
insight check into that last little part.
Yeah, sure. Give me an insight check.
But the Ryan's not trained in insight, my boy.
Wait, Jarrett can read minds, right? It's been a minute.
I'll just throw it
Deal.
out.
Yeah, Jarrett, what you
You want me to
thinking?
try to find out here?
I
don't
imagine
know.
some of it's
Nothing.
bullshit. I just don't really care how much is bullshit. I think that she's telling us the truth on the important parts.
I don't
Oh
have
no,
any
I was
reason to
doing the
disbelieve
insight
her.
if she's gonna respect our hero huddle and
Oh,
that.
Ryan. She's obviously a fan of heroes. She started all these adventuring parties. Of course she's not going to listen in.
Okay. I
Okay.
mean, he trusts Jared quite a bit, but was just
Sure.
curious about that. Why he had to say that last line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First and foremost, your taste in employers is outright atrocious. But we'll get to that later. So we know now what we have to do with the dragon situation, right?
Yeah, we obviously need to get the wind dragon because the other one's compromised.
True. But it also means we may end up having to fight it.
Yeah, but like what I see as our current course of action, if we were to go to Lich Dragon, also means we have to fight the High Priestess of Blood before the final battle, and likely, you know, they're probably amongst a considerable number of Red Hand troops.
True. Just thought I'd lay that down.
I feel
if we
like
fight the
we
High
should be
Priest.
sending an animal messenger to Ratrion. Let him know this.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't think that's a good course of action. That seems like an extreme plan.
I mean, even if we did send him that message, would it deter him? I think from what we've witnessed, Rajar is pretty straightforward in his convictions. If he feels like he is going to do this, he is going to be the spear that charges through and do this. I mean, you can give him forewarning. That's definitely something we should do.
So there's no doubt this High Priest will be where the ritual site is taking place.
For the Sanguine King, most
Seems
likely.
likely.
And there's probably we're gonna have to fight them and his patron at the same time.
Likely, yes.
Okay. You know, you've dealt with worse, I assume, so
No, we haven't.
No, I think this is probably the worst that we have dealt with.
well, where was the voice? What about the confidence you just had?
I'm not saying I'm
This-
not confident. I'm just being realistic.
I mean, facing down two Nergigantes at the same time, my butthole was clenched the whole time, and I feel like going to go against this High Priest and anything else he has is probably going to be worse.
This is real bad. Lich Dragon on their side means Graveyard in Brindol gonna raise up against us.
Okay, so we're definitely going for the Wind Dragon today then, right?
Yeah.
Also,
I
if
don't-
it's his patron, it may not be a choice, but we may have to fight Rajar.
Oh no.
Oh, okay, I was ready for this since day one.
Yeah,
Nah,
honestly, we should have prepared a contingency for that. It's pretty remarkable that this undead just showed up and has been a non-stop blessing on,
Alright,
on
let's
our
get some
lives.
holy water and just throw it at him, you know what I mean?
I hate to suggest this, but what was the whole deal with the Ghost Lord?
Yeah, what's that about?
Well,
When you mentioned the Ghost Lord, Claude kind of shrinks in on himself,
Hey,
still,
just suggest
still haunted
what?
by his nightmares.
Sorry, buddy.
yeah, well, we neutralized him. We convinced him to stay in the Thorn Waste and cease the production of the Bone Drinkers, but we told him we didn't want his help in the war because we didn't want to have to deal with the aftermath.
Okay, good. But it seems like we're going to have to deal with some undead threat one way or another.
Oh, most assuredly.
I'm not sure. If
Which
this
is why I think mayhaps it's the right thing to do is to warn Rajar, and if he decides to seek out this being regardless, well,
Well, no
at
point in
least the attempt was made.
there's no point in keeping it from him. Might as well.
Well, have we considered the possibility that we could lie to Rajar and direct him where we want to go?
You? No.
I'll shut up now.
Okay.
I was gonna say, if you're going to lie to a friend, I'm not going to be part of it.
I just don't want to see him charge off to his death. Or second death.
And just tell him. I don't see the issue with telling him that it's possible his patron has been turned to their side and that if he investigates it, he may be at risk. He can choose to do with that information what he will. It's his
I will
decision.
do so once we're done here.
Also, if we're gonna fight this individual and his patron will be involved, he will definitely want to join us in that. So we may have a way to keep him here with us until then.
It's pretty unsettling that one of the things we were considering as a substantial boon in our favor is now an enemy that we will have to face.
Maybe.
Probably.
So Sasha kind of clears her throat and says, well, I don't. If we know who their leader really is, shouldn't we just find him and stop him, or do we stay and help defend the city, and then look for him? I feel like both have merit. I worry that if we look for him and fail, we leave the town defenseless. Well, no, that's overstating our abilities, but it leaves the town without us to help defend them. But if we stay and defend the town, what if that's what they want? Her words have really gotten into my head like worms crawling around in my brain. I'm starting to doubt everything.
I am very much inclined to agree with Jarrett that this war is simply a distraction from this greater effort that they are trying to achieve. We need to figure out what their plan is exactly. And we have one course of action now left. We no longer have Regirex patron to provide answers to us. We need to seek out Regirex.
We
Do
also
still have
need
the
the
phone with
dragon.
us?
Little Tony, he's a B team member, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. How's he feeling right now? Is he alright in this room?
Good question.
Yeah, like there's no mind flare presence, no brain
Okay.
puggles, and any of that kind of stuff.
But Sasha said at Jarrett looking over at little Tony and seeing that he's just chilling like a cool plate of spaghetti, he just relaxes.
Okay.
Like a cool plate of spaghetti.
Oh, one step at a time. We now know we're going for the Wind Dragon today. We'll deal with whatever happens when we arrive there, when it happens. We also now know that perhaps this is all a red flag and the true battle is somewhere else.
To answer your question, Sasha, I mean, we've been dealing with these Bloodlords for some time now. They all seemed, or at least, except for Sarvith, they seem to all have some sort of magical means of escape. I don't know about Olwai. You guys were able to deal with her, but I mean, I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that even if we were to find this high priest, he doesn't have some way of getting out of there. They've been very elusive.
True, but if what she said is correct, and the chances are he won't run away. He can't. Not that this ritual is needed by him to take place.
But we first need to figure out where and how before we can even begin to try to corner him.
True, but that's the future us's problem.
True. The current us's problem is finding and killing Regirex.
Wait, I thought it was getting the Wind Dragon.
Well, we got to do that too.
Yep. Jarrett calls over from behind the bar and says, if you don't mind, Winter's Wind and I are going to take a 10-minute break.
Well, oh wait, are they literally walking away? Oh, damn it.
So
See you guys in a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I think before we go to bed tonight, we do to the best of our abilities to try to find some way to contact or find Regirex, so that tomorrow we can either meet with them or teleport to them, and then the next thing would be the dragon.
Well, should we do the dragon tonight before we have to take our long rest, and then the next day, hopefully we're back and contact
that's what I'm hoping for. We do the dragon today, and then deal with everything else the following day afterwards.
The only reason I'm pushing Regirex first is because I think there's a chance that we stop the fight with Thanlin or something if we can get to her soon enough.
If he was moving by the time we stride upon, or was it stride a legend lore?
Yeah, but I don't want her to give him 6 extra arms so he can hold 3 more shields.
Oh my god, relax, okay. Don't give Pressure any ideas. Don't even say it. He's probably listening to us.
Yeah, I guess.
I will go with whatever the group decides. That's just my suggestion.
Look, just heat metal, Thalen's done. That's it.
We
You're
all
worrying
know-
over
we-
nothing.
No, we all know that whatever we fate, like he's gonna bring against us like this incredible.
Oh, you
being
don't
as
think
him.
I don't have heat metal prepped 24/7 now?
Exactly. See, we're fine. We're fine.
I've been waiting for an enemy to use it on. It's like one of the druid's best spells.
And you used it on a deceased friend. Oh my god.
But like,
Oh yeah, cook them like a lobster.
I want to believe it'll be that easy, but I'm sure it won't be.
Nah, it'll be fine. If Barnabas is as confident as he says he is, it'll be fine.
The player is not as confident as Barnabas. It's something I fake constantly.
Well, guess what? Fake it till you make it.
Isn't that this whole fucking campaign?
Exactly.
I just can't wait for the imagery of like Razior hiking up a mountain and then like a squirrel comes up to him. He's like, "Hey, dude, so your master, he's kind of fucked real hard." And then he's just like, "What the fuck?"
Who the fuck are you? Just got killed him.
Imagine he says, "Oh, hey, buddy, you went the wrong way. He's over there."
Your patron is in
Nah.
another castle.
Layla's not Layla's not about to try to deceive Razior. She respects Razior a lot. She's like, man, this dude's fucking like willing to give literally everything.
He is an impressive character in that way.
It is what it is.
Cryptid, how are you doing? How are you liking your new vessel?
A new vessel.
Your new
Rising.
jiggly 400-pound
My-
vessel.
My one line. I was gonna throw out that's a pretty pussy over there to Winter's Wind, but I mean, we're
Yeah,
just-
that's in character.
yeah, we're just chilling at the moment. So
That's how he like breaks the tension in every situation.
yeah, yeah.
Would you be plussed if a certain bard came back to life, or do you want to be Raijin?
You go for whatever you guys want. If you guys need your leader back, then like do what you gotta do.
I currently feel as though I've been outvoted on the matter. I'm not gonna bring it up. I'm not gonna bring it up again. Everyone wants people who are dead to stay dead.
I thought Guy was cremated in ashes.
Yeah. But like when you cremate someone, you don't get just ashes back. There's like bone nubs and like it's a whole thing.
Well, for me, until the ability to bring Thalen is confirmed, I'm not going to say anything on the matter.
Oh, I mean, for Guy, I never said anything on if Guy would be cool being brought back to life. That never came up, I don't think, with him.
No. But Barnabas has a really poor ability to like accept death, so he's constantly taking precautions to ensure that the people he cares about could be brought back, or that he's more concerned about his own longevity. But it's all part of the plan.
I probably should have done it at some point when I was playing Ray. Just bring you aside and be like, "We need to have a counseling session, Barnabas. You seem to have attachment issues.
We are all going to need therapy after this."
Joke's on you. I've been taking that for the last 20 years.
Wait,
That's
therapy?
Aragorn.
Oh,
No, that's Aragorn.
You're telling me that Aragorn goes to therapy? I'm gonna have a tough time believing that.
He has issues that he worked his way through.
All
Other
I'll say
issues?
is, since you never had the conversation with the guy, I can't like outright be like yes or no.
Well, here's what I know about Guy and why I think he would want to come back. That not be Barnabas saying, "I want my friend to be back." Like, Guy has told us so many times, it's like, "I want to make a legend for myself. I want to be more than just like some guy. He wanted to be remembered." And I feel like someone who wants those things does not want to die at a point in their life where they have not like done something so big that it will like be told through history. Like, Guy's biggest achievement, and like that will definitely be highlighted in like the epilogue if we don't bring him back. Well, like, he is the bard that united the Vale. He brought the Claws of the Vale together, and the Claws of the Vale united the land, and like he's responsible for that, and like he'll have that. But is that the legacy? Is that enough for Guy? And I would be inclined to think that he would want more, but I think that that's like the token that we're all holding on to, and like why Guy can rest because he got that.
You do.
I'm re-listening to the series right now, and I just heard him give several factspirations that have led me to believe that Guy would want longevity, but that's just my feelings. Although, I personally, as Barnabas in the player, am very grateful that Guy died at a period of time in which Barnabas still viewed them as being friends, despite like the warnings that he was getting from his patron about like being worried about Guy's patron or whatever your thing is, your not warlock thing. So he definitely was worried about you becoming his adversary at some point, due to like crossed fates. So he's grateful that never emerged, and frightened to bring you back for that reason. But also with Olwai dead, he feels like maybe it's less of an issue.
I don't know.
I've already written a very nice epilogue about like what Barnabas does for Guy in the end of the story, so I'm content with that. But if no one else wants to bring him back, I won't press the matter any further.
I think most people who voiced against bringing him back were NPCs.
True.
To be clear.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody really in the party weighed in, save like Jerd.
Layla would love Guy back, but
God.
We need a
She
scene.
no, don't you even Gotti, all right? It's like
No.
He was like a brother to her.
I know.
Like,
Oh,
yeah, it's like he was like, yeah, she really wanted to get to know him, and like really was sad that he passed before she got to like know the true him, because she really wanted to help. She's like, man, this guy, he an insecure little boy inside, and he needs to be true to himself.
He contained multitudes, and yeah.
I think Orion would be on the fence. He definitely regrets that really the last conversation that you had with Guy was that argument over the bow.
We left things on dead foot.
But he also doesn't know if he would be okay with, bringing someone back like that, unless they really did want to come back. So, I don't know. I think he'd be neutral to the idea.
Aragorn has no real opinion. He doesn't know Guy like you guys do. So honestly, it's
So Aragorn is just a body pillow.
God, that's true.
Which is a scene that I want to see.
He literally saw the body pillow, so he's like, I guess he's famous.
Yeah,
it's a body pillow.
But like,
I'm just saying, he doesn't know the guy.
Well, it sounds like he's been to the Dwarven Kingdom, so you've probably at least heard of him if you were still in service of the king at that time. But aside from that, yeah, you probably maybe didn't have any interaction. I don't know.
Yeah. The number one reason I have for wanting him back is I want to see the scene where Guy and Layla, or like where Layla has to explain to Guy why she has a body pillow.
Honestly, I want to see that too. Now that I think about it,
that would be funny.
Yeah.
It is very normal.
To have a body pillow of your supposed
your dead
brother.
friend.
Oh, Layla, we need to talk. I know.
More like a stepbrother, okay?
That's even worse.
That still doesn't make it any better.
Layla, I know a guy who knows a guy. Don't worry, we'll get you the best mental help there is.
Hold on, I gotta give you guys an image. Give me a second, I'm gonna find it.
Oh God, wait. So what would be Jert's opinion then?
Guess we can ask him when he comes back.
Yeah.
Jert wants to die.
Well, I
mean,
think he wants. from what it seems like, he would like to at least know that things would be okay before he passes on. That's what it kind of, from my understanding, that's the reason that he came back, was to make sure that, you know, this whole threat will be done with, and then he'll take his rest.
No, I meant in regards to bringing Guy back.
Probably around the same thing. I mean, I don't know,
Okay.
Jert, you just came back. Like, how would you feel about if Guy was to return?
Fuck.
As one who has died and come back.
Man. Jert just looks over flatly and says, "No, I won't help you. If you want to bring him back, you do so on your own."
Well,
There you have it.
I heard some voices in favor, and I hear one voice against it. I hear some neutrals.
Well, ultimately,
All right,
it's
so we're all
his
back.
decision,
Okay.
so.
Yeah. It's been 10 minutes. Okay. Yeah. In the end, ultimately, the soul for any of these things, which is to say, the player, has to be willing to have the character come back. An unwilling soul can't be brought back. It has to be forced back. And only bad guys force souls back into service. The other thing is, willing has a second definition. Is the player willing? Sure. Is the soul of the character able to, right? Warlocks have a bad habit, and, you know, adventurers have a bad habit of sort of selling their souls, or devoting their souls to causes and things and binding themselves to things. So at the end of the day, you would not get Guy back unless Guy wanted to be back. So,
Or if his
and
patron allowed him to come back.
yeah, not to tell people, like, you know, the morality of it, right? Because the earlier discussions of the campaign about necromancy in the Southern Kingdoms versus necromancy in Elsir Vale. Obviously, Goldenbrow, a lawful good ASMR, cleric, she believes that bringing people back from the dead is unnatural and should be avoided, even if they died unfairly, even if they died in battle. She thinks that it should be avoided because it sets the wrong kind of precedent, and it's also depriving them of what comes next. Because as you gain more knowledge of the multiverse of, you know, 5e cosmology and all that, you understand that life is a very short part of a soul's existence, kind of thing. And as somebody, you know, with, you know, religious training and high level cleric, like, they would kind of have come to understand that a bit more. Sort of like Solaria understands the morality behind awakening plants and animals and stuff like that. Low level, inexperienced people, pirates in Skull and Shackles, they don't care about that shit. They're like, you got work to do, right? Like, you know, I ain't dying yet.
This deck can go scrub itself.
Yeah, like, so they're awakening shit left and right. They're coming back from the dead left and right. They're bringing people back from the dead that don't want to come back from the dead. But yeah, but people who have kind of grown into their abilities and their roles and sort of understand all of that, right? They don't do these things lightly. A lot of times you see, like, Reddit threads like, why hasn't every animal in the world awakened? And, you know, like stuff like that. It's just kind of like, because it's not done, right? Like, because it's not done. Why does everyone still wear pants, right? Why don't we just all go around with our dicks hanging out? Like, because it's just not done. You technically have the power to do that right now. You could walk out of your house without any pants on, with your dick flopping around. You have the power to do that. That doesn't mean you should. It doesn't mean that there won't be any consequences, right?
Barnabas would point out, though, that she is mildly hypocritical in that she's saying, oh, there's an order to death, and you shouldn't prevent death, but she's an immortal ASMR, and ASMRs are very much not a naturally immortal creature.
I mean, maybe you don't know her story. You don't know why she's immortal.
Maybe she didn't choose that life. Maybe it chose it for her.
Well, if it could choose me, that would be great.
Hey, maybe she wants to die secretly. Who knows, okay?
Mortality is for fools who don't have the ambition to have more than one life's work.
Our little warlock bard.
Oh man, I'm gonna hate to see him go.
All right.
But no, it definitely seems like there's an argument for both sides. But yeah, ultimately it would be for Cryptid if he wants to bring Guy back into the picture.
Right.
And do you guys want me out of game to say?
Nah.
But, yeah. All right, there we go.
Yeah, we should make the choice and burn the resources.
We're on a timer, so if they invest the time to stay here in town, to track her down, to ask her to perform the ritual, I mean, that's a scene, that's a thing that happens. So we want to make sure that happens. They can't know until you decide. I have had games where they try to bring somebody back, and then the player was like, no, thanks. And IRL, people got pissed. They're like, we spent X amount of diamonds on you, you asshole. Why didn't you tell us ahead of time? And they said, because you wouldn't have known, like, ahead of time, like, in-game. And that's maybe a thing you should talk about in inter-party roleplay. Like, that's the thing that should be in a party charter. Imagine that. Like, how do you handle death and coming back from the dead? These are things that professional adventuring parties actually think about. So, yeah.
Also, if we're being sort of meta, if we bring Guy back, we're down the 2 frontliners, which is Jerk and Orion and Claude.
Rajar is gone, my guy.
I know, which is why I'm only saying
Rajan's gonna be up in the front.
Yeah, unless you guys were like, "Hey, we're not gonna follow the whole majority rules." Sure, we're gonna go where you want to go, Rajar. Yeah, Rajar has to leave because I don't run split parties. So, he feels strongly enough that that's what his character would do, that he's willing to no longer play the character, which respect. It does put you guys in a bind where you have to find a replacement, but that happens all the time in many stories and in real life. So, he understood that his character would not compromise on this, and he made the decision to say, all right, then my character will have to become an NPC because I can't do that. I can't make him walk away from this. So.
From a utility standpoint,
God forbid you put Sven in a position where he has to give up on Jert because you guys are like, well, the 5 of us have decided that Rajar should join the party and she's our best friend in the whole world. And he's like, no, and you're like, well, majority rules. It wouldn't be realistic for Jert to be like, I guess I'll live with that, right? So that would kind of put him in a position where he has to decide as a player, how would this go? Like, what would his character just be like? I leave, or I attack her, or I do what I've like. These are the tough role-playing things that happen that, without devolving into a total PvP fest, you have to really make these sort of thoughtful decisions about what happens next.
Personally, I'm fine with this decision either way.
Mm-hmm.
But sorry.
Either way, Jert won't be there when you do it.
Okay.
Even if you guys majority vote to do it, he doesn't want to be involved. He, having been brought back himself in a pretty horrible way, doesn't want anybody to experience that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I've come back 3 times, and it's really not that big of a deal.
But everyone is different.
People don't want to have to live.
Monster scars, brother.
People don't want to have to live and then know they're going to end up dying horribly again.
Yeah. Also, time passes differently in the planes per the individual. So maybe Jert got a taste of something that now he doesn't have. Now that he's deprived of whatever that was, right? Like,
I think he actually did give us some good Jert flavor on it.
Yeah,
he had a whole experience there. That,
maybe he saw his family. Just saying.
I'm not going to confirm or deny such allegations.
Right. Yeah. So maybe you guys stole that from him, and he agreed to come back. We were all there. He did agree to come back, but he maybe didn't know what he was agreeing to, right? Like kids signing up for college loans. Like he didn't know what is coming. Yeah, what does coming back from the dead really entail? It's different for every character.
Barnabas has a very narrow perspective.
You have a life of slavery and pain waiting for you in the afterlife. Of course you like coming back from the dead. Yeah, okay, but it's different for everybody.
Yeah, I am aware that Barnabas's view is narrow and
that is one way to put it.
I do have a question. If we were to try and contact the soul of Guy, would that have to be something like contact other plane? From
speak with dead?
I don't know if speak with dead would need a skull.
Yeah, you don't have enough solid parts to speak with him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna cost 1,000 gold and diamonds for her to do this, and it would cost her highest level spell slot for the day. But if you asked her to do this, and you had compelling arguments to do so, she already said, you could tell in the meeting that she would do it if you felt that the need was dire, like if it was the right thing to do.
I personally don't feel like I have another get your shit together speech within me to convince this dragon to join. I think Guy's the best person for the job, and that's my only standpoint, and I'm not going to push the matter further. If it's up to you guys.
All right. Why don't we, because it's already 12:20, why don't we lock in a decision here? So it sounds to me like one way or the other, Rajar has left, that boat has sailed. You guys have decided, even with this new information, that your most immediate thing to do is to go and meet with this dragon. Okay.
So the question is, try to get Guy. And try without him. That's really the only two things you guys are discussing. So I'm just gonna throw that into chat.
I think that, and we'd like Layla to use scrying and legend lore to help uncover a few pieces of information before we move to the next phase.
Okay.
Although we did just get a lot with the Dracolich.
That changed.
Oh, wow. Okay. So 4 out of 6 are going to try without Guy. Damn. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So does that mean you're going to try and head out tonight, or do you want to get some sleep? The other question is, how do you intend to make it that far? Like, Emerstall was willing to teleport you guys there and then teleport back, but that would also use his resources and take him out of the picture for the tattoo project that he's kind of been set to. Admittedly only for a day, but he would need to get, rest tonight, have the spells, do it tomorrow, kind of thing.
Honestly, I say we risk it and just have him teleport us in and out. We can afford 1 day, minimum at max. So might as well take it.
And if we need to, I can try to assist the research and study, providing my spell slots to that as well.
Okay, so you're willing to, if he takes you guys there directly, rather than you guys having to fly there, or fly there and then navigate your way there, if he's willing to teleport you as close as possible. In exchange, the rest of that day, you would kind of assist with the tattoo research to kind of make up for the time and spell slots that he would have lost. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that works for me.
Just one thing.
There is still one issue we have to concern ourselves with. What the fuck do we do about those two? Because I'm pretty sure she admits she murdered people.
At this point, everyone's murdered someone.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure she just does it because she likes it.
It's good to have hobbies.
Barnabas, you're the last person I want to hear from this, okay?
I don't know about
The scales
that.
of balance. She's also responsible for us existing to fight this threat, so everyone that doesn't die in the Vale, in a way, she's also saved. For now,
True, but if...
let her live her life.
Yeah, but if we let her live, she'll just kill more people, even if we succeed. Isn't that kind of,
I honestly don't care what happens to her.
I'm
not
morally
going to interfere one way or another.
Alright, I guess we'll just endure the walking murderer with the...
Yes, I'm
don't
not
leave
really
the
in
address.
defense of her.
Barnabas, I swear to God, you said one more thing, I'm gonna banish you.
Where do I go?
You go where the bad things go to. You don't want to know what that is.
Where the bad things are? Okay.
Yes. It can be whatever the hell you think that might be.
Marcus goes there,
Layla.
becomes king.
Or I guess Toronto. Is Layla using their 6th level spell slot for something? Because I was wondering if transport via plants would be workable.
Oh.
It could be.
If we don't want to use Immerstal's ability. I don't know if there's a large enough plant in the mountains, though. That's
Yeah.
a problem.
Alpine plants are pretty small.
I want to bet
Yeah,
on
we-
teleport because it's more.
I think we have to be
Also,
aware
that,
of a tree,
that
so I
high
have
up,
to scry
yeah,
first.
that high up the mountain too, there wouldn't really be a lot of plant life. Like this shrine is at the top of the mountain.
Okay.
Like
It's
it
like
counts
scrub
as
brush.
it counts as cold. Yeah, cold weather. You'd be in cold weather terrain.
Oh.
So let's go see the wizard and we teleport there.
Yeah. The last thing is, and again, I don't know where we want to position this in our plan, or if we're still doing this, but if we need to figure out where Jirix is, and Layla, if you could like scry on her maybe or something.
I could, but we need to borrow someone's scrying tools.
All right. All directions point towards Immer still. Let's head there.
Oh, and one more thing. Sorry about this.
One more thing.
This child who stepped into the shadow bell, right?
The
Shadow
the
Bell?
Feywild. They went to the
Feywild.
Feywild.
She is still she's a Fey officially, right? Like, no combat, not humanoid, permanently a Fey. Yes, no,
What are you talking about?
Regirat's.
Oh, she's. From my understanding, she's 100% Fey now.
Okay, won't she just go back to her plane if we kill her? Do we have a means to
She would.
make it
yes.
permanent?
Hmm.
Because you killed Uluwai, and I'm pretty sure that was permanent. Can you do the same means for
Yeah,
that
how
to
did
her?
you guys do that anyway?
We have the shackles still.
Spirit holds up the shackles.
Okay, never mind then.
It
Let's move
should
on.
be possible.
Those things? What do those do?
They bind you to this plane. So if you were originally from somewhere else and you were to die here with these upon you, you would not return.
Ah.
It also stops you from teleporting away to another plane of existence.
Cool.
Sorry, I just had a funny thought in my head. We're going to need a really, really big version of those for the Sanguine King.
Oh,
You better get busy.
we're fucked.
Yes, only a building-sized version.
So
Magical
the intent.
items resize to their wearer.
You're right, but these these specifically have to be a certain size creature before they can be put on. But yeah, that'd be a lot of very expensive metal to make.
It would.
Yeah,
I used
oh
all
God.
my Fey dust a long time ago. I can't make any more shackles.
I'm just imagining we put them on the Sanguine King's like toe, and they just like mushroom noise sound from Mario get larger and encompass his whole legs. You know what I mean?
It's alright, Barnabas. We'll give him such a spanking he won't want to come back anyway, right?
Well, it at least won't be anyone's problem for another 500 years or so.
Something was made clear to us is that even if we do kill him, a being like that can never truly die as long as his worshippers exist.
Well,
So it
that
doesn't really
means-
matter either way.
That means our job after this is killing all of his worshippers. We just
Oh
the
yes,
multiverse.
just every single
Just
one.
religious crusaders forever.
Or,
Yeah.
There are
or,
likely extraplanar beings that
Literally.
dedicate their eternal existence to such acts and still have not succeeded.
or, we just stop the ritual and he never actually gets summoned. Eh? Anyone?
Or you accept the infinite nature of the planes and you only worry about your small part of it. I mean, that's the healthy approach. But you know,
See?
I'll
sure.
take my piece of pie, not the whole thing. Thanks.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
In 29 years, 29 years, something like that, I've watched a lot of people go crazy worrying about big multiplanar issues that are no one can really do anything about.
I'll find
Don't
new
worry,
real estate by then. By the time
We'll
we get
save that for
back.
Planescape. We'll save it for Planescape. Don't worry.
Yeah.
All right, so
Oh, you think we ain't going to space?
so you guys are heading out then? So you're not gonna like you have nothing else that you need from Jared or anything?
Well,
mean,
Aragorn wants to deal with them, but the party doesn't. So
Okay.
I guess we're just letting them go.
Sorry,
Hard-
our hero huddles over. We don't really have anything else to say to you.
Okay. She
Thank
says.
you for the meeting.
So, can you tell me what you decided? What will be your next move? I'll continue to gather information to keep you as informed as I am.
We're going
We
to
would
try to
tell-
find the horrible creature known as Regerix.
Ah. Oh. All right.
Do you
Where
have any
else?
inkling where she is?
Well, I know that she had a laboratory in the ruins of Rest, but you dealt with that. I would assume that she would probably have another facility where she's working, but both the surface and the underdark of this region are riddled with ruins. I don't feel like a being that brilliant though would use a similar layer a second time. Though some creatures take certain comfort in the familiar. I can look into rumors of possible occupied ruins in the region. It's very likely, perhaps, that she, of her nature, is operating out of the Feywilds, which would keep her far from your grasp, but could cause issues with timing. So maybe not. They might not want to risk such interplanar behavior at this stage because, again, she might work on something too long and miss the entire battle. Conversely, depending on where she's at, she might have all the time in the world and then reappear here in Elsir Vale with all manner of reinforcements.
We need to draw her out. We need to reach her and tell her that we have what she needs. Her curiosity will get the better of her.
Well, you seem to have what she wants, and she points at Jert.
We also have the tattoos that she seeks, and yes, Jert seems to cloud her judgment.
Okay. Jared seems a bit like confused. He says, "Well, if that is your goal, I will try to find information I can about her whereabouts. Good luck, I suppose."
Thank you.
What I have something that I'd be curious if you might be able to help us with. There are traders within the city that come from Elsir Cross and the likes. I'm sure there are war singers amongst them. Could you help us perhaps discern these individuals and
Would you
isolate
rather
them?
I focus my efforts on discovering traders within our midst, or would you rather I focus on helping you locate Regerix?
Do we feel like we can find Regerix? Layla,
My own small input. We know she's gonna be at this battle no matter what. She's gonna come to us no matter what decision we try to do or make.
I don't
So
follow that logic. She might not come to the final battle. She might be part of like the ritual, which might be somewhere else. And also, it's like, you know, if we're in the midst of a battle, we can't like shout out to her, hey, like, hey, do you want those tattoos? Like, you know, it's like we got to get to her before. We got to like find a way to, out of context of the battle, meet with her.
all right.
That's just my thought. I mean, we either need to sending to her or we need a good enough scry spell that we can figure out where she is, which seems unlikely. So we just need to make contact with her. Because if we tell her we have the tattoos, she literally may drop whatever she's doing just to come see Jert and get the tattoos.
Now, to clarify, are you guys done talking to Jarrett and Winter's Wind? Are you guys heading back to the keep?
Unless she has an item that can allow us to cast Sending, perhaps. But I would just coyly remind her that it's been a month and our what we had allowances or stipends that she offered us in credit in her store, and that would have renewed by now. But obviously, given the situation,
He probably doesn't have the means to.
the affiliate companies.
I mean, she says, any coin I give you is less coin I have to gather information. If you are that hard up for coin,
Oh no,
I will provide.
I was more just joking about how like we used to have this like cute little understanding as an adventuring group where you were sponsoring us, and now
In the
it's
good old days when things
Yeah.
were so horrible.
You seem disappointed that we're going after Rejirix.
She shrugs. She says, I just don't. I don't know. It just feels like chasing shadows with that one.
She has proven to be. Well, I mean, I only interacted with her just very briefly. She seems like a very good spellcaster.
Here's the way to draw her out, Jarrett. Just, write a love letter, pronounce it, and read it aloud at the town square. I'm sure she'll come crawling.
that would probably work.
It'll probably be very dangerous for the people around.
I mean, she blends in with and wherever she goes. You saw her in the Dwarven holds.
I would say we go after the dragon and go for Rejirix maybe tomorrow.
All right,
Okay.
let's just do something.
Yeah,
time
at least
is
we know what to do for the dragon. Where to go.
Yeah,
This is frustrating.
I don't know
This-
much about spellcasters, but I feel like she has all sorts of protections around her.
Yeah, that's why it'd be better to draw her out than try to fight her in her lab. But if we did have a way to get to her lab, again, we might be able to stop whatever's happening to Thamlin. Or at least fight him while it's alone.
All right, well, I'm going to put it out there that before we went on break, or I think when we got back from break, the last thing that I knew, you guys said that you were going to the dragon and you weren't going to try to bring Guy back. Now it sounds like you guys are going to try to go get Rejirix. I'm going to
No.
be
We're
I'm gonna be
planning-
frank. You need to pick something to do, or you're just going to be paying me to hang out and talk about Plague Dungeon.
No, you understand. We're doing
Okay.
the dragon today.
Yeah.
They're
Okay.
talking about future plans involving
All
Rejirix.
right. Got
Yes.
it. Okay.
That's what
All
this
right.
whole conversation is about.
Got it.
We're
All
doing
right.
the dragon today. Let's go
Yes.
see the fucking wizard, please.
All right.
So let's save the Rejirix fan club for the Discord between sessions, because
Okay.
it seems to be getting everyone off track of what you had decided to do, and it's probably making Jert very uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
It's been 6.5 hours, and the 3 tasks we're doing haven't changed.
Yeah. All right. There's something called over planning. If you plan too much, nothing.
You could go
Yeah,
nowhere.
nothing go. Yeah, you go nowhere, and then if anything goes not according to plan, you end up like sort of
Nothing.
paralyzed. All right. So you guys are gonna go call upon Emerstall the Red at like 11 o'clock at night, hoping that Wizrobes don't sleep. Is that the goal, or are you gonna get some sleep and go see him in the morning?
Oh no, we're doing this now.
Okay. All right. So you head over to his tower and you call upon him. All right. Let's see.
I like the decor.
Okay, so you.
I
so
imagine
you-
the laundry's the one you picked it out.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, he had like rock and roll band posters and stuff, and
And she
you
was
know,
And
like,
your girlfriend
nah.
moves in.
Yep.
yeah, and she took him down to like home. Nah, what is the one? The super fancy one for your house. I can't remember the name of it. Anyways, she really dolled up the place. All right, when you guys arrive, you see that Emersal is still very much awake, but he does look tired, and he does look a bit confused why you're here so late. And he says, forgive me, but I'm a bit confused why you're here so late.
We need you to teleport us to the mountaintop.
I see.
We have new information that demands that we take immediate action.
I was preparing to rest and begin, or continue, the research of these glyphs and runes tomorrow, but let me see.
By the way, who are we taking for a B team? Because I really want the dwarves this time with us.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
So they have that like, restraining
So he is going to say to you, if I'm teleporting you, I don't know if you'll be able to bring all of your friends and allies. It has restrictions, you know. I could take 7 others. It doesn't matter if they registered for your B team as a duo. They still count as
2 creatures for teleporting.
This is the pros and cons of teleporting is you can't bring all your friends with you.
So that's literally just all of us and one other person.
Yep.
Who's our most valuable B team member? It
Well-
can't be Gerard and Manette, unfortunately.
Remember, we're fighting the dragon, so
Yeah.
I was thinking if he's willing, Bronson, that leadership ability would be useful.
Or you could rouse him from his slumber and tell him, get dressed. We're going to a mountaintop, kind of deal.
we're gonna fight a dragon.
All right, so
We're bringing a
Sasha
champion.
will head to the keep because you're at his tower. She'll head to the keep to get Bronson. So we'll assume that getting everyone together is going to take another hour or so.
Poor man, he died fighting a dragon, and now we're dragging him into another one.
It's not fire this time.
All right, so it's all of you and Cryptid. You are going to play Rajan, the New Jack diplomat, for this particular adventure arc. Got it. All right.
Sure.
What do you do about Claude? He's a person for teleporting purposes.
Oh fuck.
Okay, then we can't bring Bronson.
No, we can't bring anyone.
Bronson
Well-
shows up and he's like, "I hope I didn't take too long. I ran
We're gone
all the
already.
way here." Yeah, and then and then Alandri's like, "Oh, they already left. They forgot that the lion counted as a creature. I don't know."
Sorry, guys.
All right. Well, that
I-
makes it easy.
We really need that Pokeball now.
All right. Emersal says, "All right,
yeah.
everyone, come and hold hands." We'll try to
I'm
get
really
us-
sorry. I forgot to make that magical item. I was given like a recipe for a Pokeball a long time ago, but it would have been like a lot of checks.
Now, I'm going to tell you right now, when we get there, I'm going to immediately cast greater invisibility on myself and try to stay out of sight. Yes, I know that dragons can see that, but maybe he has minions. Listen, I need to feel safe, okay? If we're popping in on this guy unannounced, he might go crazy.
Don't forget our little dwarves.
They count as 2 people. You're not bringing these dwarves. Like, how?
So you're
Let-
saying if
alright.
we put them on top
Yeah.
of each other in a trench
Alright,
coat, we can't
Alright,
trick magic.
So we're gonna play Sesame Street. 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And where's
And
the last?
Barnabas.
There he is. 8. That is 8.
Yep.
8. That's who's getting teleported.
I miscounted.
Hey,
Okay.
Oh,
All right. All right.
Forgot about this.
all right.
But the moment before we blink out, we tell Alandri about the Dracolich thing and that she doesn't need to spend too much time looking for it.
She seems concerned, and she says, "Oh, well, I gave back the item that had been stolen from the tomb of Regiar to Regiar. I hope that it doesn't come back to haunt me or you.
Can you
Oh well,
send
have a
them-
great time."
Can you send them a message
Yeah.
saying that
And
what's
as you
happening?
disappear, wow. All right, I'll tell.
It's like that warrants a follow-up.
I said to sending him earlier, like, we can
I at least
sending
sent
him and tell him.
I at least sent an animal messenger to try to find him. So,
He might end up killing it.
he might, but you know, it's what I can do. It's the chance I can do as a druid, so it's what happened.
You're getting the poor animal killed, and you're a druid. What's wrong with you?
It's a pigeon, you know.
On the break, it sounded like Regirix was like talking bird, and he killed it. That's what it sounded like on the break. That's was that just meta? Did that not really happen? Because I mean, it felt pretty in character. There was character voices being used and everything. So.
All right, Jerry.
All right.
Layla secretly hates pigeons. Confirmed.
Okay. Let me grab you some other
Listen,
music real
the
quick.
natural world is a cruel place. Animals die every day.
Oh damn, he's strange.
Mm. And let's see. All right. You guys appear and immediately begin to suffer from the effects of extreme cold from the icy wind that slashes through the area. Does anybody here not have immunity or resistance to cold?
I have resistance to cold weather effects.
Okay, then you are fine. What about everybody else?
Hey, Layla, did you take the environmental effect?
I did, but I took no, I took necrotic. So
No, I mean, I haven't given you that yet. The last time I upgraded your armor, you were able to choose 3 low-level abilities. One of them is the environmental ability.
I will have to look, but if not, I will cast Fire Shield. But I'll check.
I think it's like for people who don't have exotic proficiencies, there's basically only 3 choices, so you probably would have ended up with it.
Yep, that's what I did. I picked environmental.
So Jert's good, Layla's good. I'm sorry, Orion. Oh, and Aragorn. Aragorn, you could have picked that as well.
Well, I didn't think we would be going up in the mountains anytime soon, so I did that.
Okay.
Let's see.
I'm just putting it out there.
Looks
We
like
literally talked about this last.
No. When he gave me the armor
Yeah,
initially.
That was back in the Dwarven Holds.
yeah, I do
way
have
back
environmental.
There's no way for me to use that.
Environmental,
Okay.
comfortable.
So anyone that is not
spice.
able to handle cold weather, it's a bad situation. You don't want to stay here too much longer than you need to.
I imagine Ryjetten's having a real tough time with his just sarong, you know?
Just put a message you that I need his sheet.
What about his cock ring of warmth, though? I
Oh, for God's sakes.
mean, you think a lizard wouldn't have that? Especially this one? Come on. Come on. He doesn't
Oh,
want
that
to
was a joke.
he doesn't want to accidentally hibernate. All right, let's see.
Now this is a bard that would fuck the dragon.
Oh my God.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Aislinn was literally a bard that fucked a dragon. She's a valid. She was a valid bard, yeah.
Something new.
Yeah. Turbulent winds gust across the land. This would fuck up flying creatures and all ranged attacks. All right. So there is extreme wind here. So all ranged attack rolls are at -2 penalty. All of their range is at half. This, of course, doesn't apply to spells because this is 5th edition D&D, and magic is always the first-class citizen.
Hell yeah.
Let's see. Flying creatures, you get +10 to your speed when flying in the direction of the wind, which is left to right, and -10 when flying right to left. All right. The area is super duper cold, and basically every 10 minutes that you spend here, you're going to need to start making saving throws against exhaustion if you are not protected from the cold. That is how icy cold and terrible it is up here. You will also have to shout, but please don't actually shout. Just, we are assuming your characters are all shouting. You will have to shout to be heard. You find yourselves on the steps, ice-cold, rime-choked steps that lead up to a frosty sort of courtyard. There is an ornate tombstone that is surrounded by a bed of stone flowers. They seem to be carved from an assortment of precious stones and gems. And it looks like very, very Snow White-esque. There's like this casket that's surrounded by beautiful flowers, but everything here is made of stone and gemstones. You imagine it's worth quite a fortune. Maybe a dragon's hoard worth of treasure was used to create it. I don't know. There is another beautiful thing here. There is a incredible sculpture, also made of stone, that seems to have a continual flame burning behind it that perpetually shines light down upon the adorned resting place of Aisling the Wind, sort of a second art piece to sort of show the love and devotion that this creature feels for her. The creature in question is a massive dragon. The dragon seems to have bones and spurs and sharp scales, sort of just jutting from its stomach, its spine, and its joints. The creature has long, sort of ornate tusks coming out of its draconic maw. But every part of the creature, from its whiskers to its fur to its scales to its horn, they have sort of a whimsical, sort of twisting pattern to them, as if they are always in motion, even if the creature is not truly in motion. Its body is longer than most traditional dragons, somewhere between a western dragon and an eastern dragon. So sort of a stretched out western dragon with a more serpentine type body. Its wings, it has 6 of them, and they are furred and feathered, and they are neatly overlapping each other and tucked closed against its back. The creature is curled up near to the tomb, and you do see that the tip of its tail is draped across the casket. It seems to be in a sort of slumber, possibly asleep, but likely, as this has become the creature's lair, well aware of your presence. You can see here that this area right here has walls on their side that does create a bit of a wind break. So while you are in here, the wind effects will not affect you. And it will make the DC against the cold slightly lower than if you were flying or if you were on these upper ledges. You do see on the upper ledges that there is some additional art, sculptures of great heroes from a time long past, and then there is some errant treasure that just sort of, got tossed aside. Immediately, Emerstal says, "Good luck," and he turns invisible. And then he moves out of the way of the breath weapon. There we go.
Oh.
Looking behind you, you do see that this goes for about 50 more feet before there is a cave entrance that leads into the mountain. So you're in sort of a very narrow canyon in the rock that leads to a cave.
Oh, I should have brought some clothing. Heavy clothing. Oh, it's cold. Real cold.
I told you environmental was a good pick. In fantasy Florida, the hot weather extremes are common.
Well, I didn't expect us to be in fantasy Florida, would I?
I'm just gonna be over here by the
The entire
side.
Vale is fantasy Florida. What do you mean?
You know what I mean, damn it. I didn't think it'd be this cold. Fuck.
Okay. You sure?
You know,
All right. As you guys are shouting at each other over the wind and moving closer, let's see. Here we go. All right. The creature rouses a bit and says, "You are making a lot of noise. If you have come to pay tribute to Aisling the Wind, I shall allow it. If you have any other purpose, I will destroy you."
Well,
We have
I'm
Please.
gonna just walk over here,
Yeah, okay.
wait.
and he's gonna go to the other side of this thing. and he will kneel before the resting place and just speak a silent prayer to himself.
All right. Give me a performance, Jert.
Okay. Oh boy.
Just gonna move right here to you guys the crowd up.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you kind of, you're going through the motions, and they seem earnest enough. And it's certainly not flowery. It's not over the top. It's not, ass kissing. He watches the action, and he says, "It has been a long time, and they have made this pilgrimage. Though most must travel far to make it. How strange that you appeared as if from nowhere. You must be very powerful."
Jert stands up. Indeed, we are known as the Claws of the Veil.
This name is not known to me.
We are an adventuring group that has been formed to combat a threat that has come to the Veil.
I see. And so you seek my treasures. You have come to slay me?
No, we've actually come to seek your aid and help us.
And also to actually pay our respects to a resting hero. And Jert gestures to what's in front of him.
Ryan is just going to take all of the money that he has, to all 275 gold, and just place it at the coffin. And he's also gonna show this dragon.
Yeah, as you do, the dragon says, "I know that bow. That trinket of hatred.
Yes.
How well that hatred served the fool, Gavin."
Yes, this is the bow of Gavin, the Orc Slayer. We have had the need to retrieve the weapons of rest, for the threat that has come to the Veil is mightier than even the orcs that you battled. Possibly even the Mind Flayers that you battled.
Oh, his eye lights go a bit brighter, and you do notice that there are little tiny eyes in there, but they're kind of hidden by the eye lights. And he says, "You are well informed. Yes, that battle, that war, that campaign, it took everything from us.
It did.
So you are collecting these artifacts to fight a new evil. And thus you have come to take my loved land off into battle."
Well, you're incorrect on two. One, that campaign has not ended. We are fighting the army called the Red Hand, and they have allied themselves with an illithid that has turned to undeath. So not all of that scourge has been returned to the ground. And
there is the wind begins to pick up, and if you were not in this very narrow space with these like short, walls protecting you, you worry that you would need to make strength checks or be blown away. The wind starts to pick up so hard, and he says, "Mortal, you best not be lying to me. Do you speak the truth?"
I speak the truth. We have been fighting the Red Hand for over a month now.
"I do not care of this Red Hand. You claim the illithid still live. I was there. I watched them fall."
The Flumps affirmed this. We even have them back in the capital.
Oh man. He actually, his head pulls back because you dropped that big dick word flump on him. His fucking Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, his head pulls back like, and he says, then my love died for nothing."
No, your love has They passed on to give the Veil a chance to rest and to heal. But unfortunately, this scourge did not die when it should have. We came to seek your aid, to hopefully put them in the ground once and for all, so that they never return.
I see.
They have mighty creatures on their side. They even have a dragon of their own. We do not have the means to combat it, and this is why we are here.
A dragon, allied with mind flayers. Do they not know what horrors await them? These creatures, they pervert everything, destroy and remake the decent into the obscene. Whatever dragon is allied with them is a fool.
We also may not have a choice.
It calls itself a Bithriax, the Burning King. I do not know if you have ever heard of that name before.
I do not know this name.
You get the feeling that this guy literally just cries all day
Yeah.
for 500 years.
He hasn't turned on the news channel in a long time.
Yeah, everything you say, he's like, I don't, what? What are you talking about? Yeah.
When they're like, hey, did you live under
Army?
a rock?
What?
He's like, yes, it's right there.
Yeah, like, sure. In a way, Jer, this is like a very familiar scene because this was you exiting the Feywild, you know?
Yeah, having to catch up on everything
Yeah,
over the
yeah.
last month.
He says,
You need speak no honeyed words to me. It pleases me that you did not bring some fruity bard to try and coax me with honeyed words. It is simple enough. If the mind flayers still live, they will feel my fury.
and you see, like, what you thought was like crystal like scales begin to shatter, and you realize that his whole body, for the most part, was sort of just frosted over. And he starts to like wriggle and move, and then he reaches out a single talon and delicately touches, nay, caresses the sarcophagus, and he says,
My love, I leave you for now. But the maelstrom I leave behind will deter all but the mightiest to come and disturb your slumber. I shall take your great weapon, that the mercurial reaver might reap the flesh of our enemies once more.
And very delicately, he lifts this, like, I don't know, 800-pound fucking lid, and you can see below, in her full armor, is Aislinn the Wind. I guess she looks like that.
Damn.
Oh shit.
Damn.
And then he delicately, with the tips of two claws, pulls forth the Mercurial Reaver and says,
Who among you is worthy enough to wield this weapon?
Aragorn kicks jerk forward like, oh.
Oh fuck, since Rachel isn't here, I guess I will take it. Jurt looks down into the sarcophagus, getting a glimpse of the hero. And he looks up at the dragon holding the spear and says, I will take it. And I will use it to bring vengeance upon the enemies. Both that afflict us and that have afflicted you and her.
Where shall I go to join this fight?
Do you know of the city of Brindol? Don't know if it was constructed since the heroes have left. If not, there is a large city to the south of these mountains. That is where the battle will be taking place.
Is it the one by the ocean?
No, it's
No,
the one
that's
that's
too
at the
far.
top of Great Hill.
Oh,
If you've gone to the ocean, you've gone too far.
understood.
It's in the center.
I would know your name.
As he turns his attention back to Jurt.
My name is Jurt Bandit.
All right. He twirls the spear nimbly between his two claw tips, and then, like it is nothing, like he's doing a little parlor trick with a pencil. And then he hands it to you, spear point facing away from you, and says,
This is in your hands now. Though she is no more, her memory will always live on. And perhaps, through your actions, I will once again see her fight and defend the realm.
all right. And then he adds the Mercurial Reaver to your character sheet.
Jurt gives him a singular nod.
And he says,
I will meet you in this Brindol. I have some preparations I must take care of.
all right. Aragorn, are you the only one that's not protected against the elements?
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And Claude is not. All right. If you are
Yeah.
not protected against the elements or cold, give me a con save because you've definitely been here long enough.
Yeah.
Oof. Okay. All right. Aragorn, okay with the 18.
Alright, select the tokens. Save con.
Okay.
My boy.
I don't know why I'm having you roll this because you all. I'm assuming you're gonna leave and you have well rested and you're gonna go home and get some sleep. But you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it is what it is.
well rested from both. Orion and Claude would have gone away from that.
Yeah. So.
I don't think a 5 works.
So Raijin, Orion, and Claude, you would lose your well rested, and then that is it. Do you guys have any other business here?
Nope. I don't
Nope.
think so.
Okay. All
Should
right.
we let him know about Bithriat's capabilities?
He's
Just
a
as a
Can we
fire,
do
heads
that
up.
quickly?
he's a fire dragon. He uses a lot of fire. At least that's from what I've
Explosions.
heard. And explosions. So be wary of that.
How does he feel about lightning?
It works.
Oh.
Seems to tan his hide pretty well.
And cold?
Oh, that works the best. Trust me. If you have that, use that. I couldn't bring that, but if you could, that'd be
He
great.
fears the cold.
Okay. He says,
That's all I need to know.
We thank you, O wise one. Can we leave now? I'm starting to freeze over.
Yeah, I hate this place. I can't believe there's snow in the Vale.
You know, whenever tired, I could open up a shop nearby.
all right,
What
Layla.
would your shop sell?
You see the invisible Immerstal because snow keeps sticking to him, even though he's invisible, because 5e, invisibility. Yeah. And he kind of motions you guys over.
Oh, I don't know. Probably
Well,
highest.
I will guide everyone
Gnome
to
something.
the tall snow mount.
Okay.
Raijin lets out a gator whistle to the body for it now.
Oh,
Yeah, as he's replacing the lid and you give the whistle, Dilerian looks at you like, son, you understand.
Since we have the heroic attunement rules, right? So I can use an action.
Yeah.
All right, dope. Jurt raises the spear, and with an action, there's like an ascending chord of notes, and he attunes to the item.
Beautiful.
Oh, yeah. See if you can handle the pole as well as she did.
oh yeah.
He winks.
Nice. So this is a glaive +2. Now that you have attuned to it, your all speeds increase by 10. You have advantage on initiative rolls. Heavy armor will not reduce your speed, and you can cast jump at will. So you can just always be under the effects of the jump spell.
Hell yeah.
So, I
I'm
don't know
gonna
how
do it
I don't
now.
know how Ranger Barbarians feel about heavy armor, but I mean, you know, it's an option. It's an option.
I think that's the only thing I can't get as a benefit from this thing. Because this in
Alright.
combo with the slippers means I can just like jump to walls and run on. It's gonna be sick.
You are Ninja Gaiden.
It's gonna be great.
Okay. So you guys return to his tower, and then do you have any other business with him, or do you let him go to sleep? Emma saw the red.
Yeah, let's let him go to sleep.
I mean, that was easy. How about we just come back tomorrow and ask to take us to another two?
Let's not push our weight. Matter of fact, could that work?
Well, I will be disposed for some of tomorrow. I did promise him my assistance.
No, that's fine. I'll.
Well, it's all about context. Imagine going to this guy, talking about the red hand. He doesn't give a shit about the red hand. You guys don't know about the mind flayers. You have no way to connect with him at all. It might lead to a pretty insane dragon fight. Like if you didn't have this knowledge. So it's all about the order that you do things in. Sometimes people go to a high level area too early. Sometimes they go to a place at just the right time and just the right combination. So, all right. To clarify, short of an insane persuasion check, the mentioning the mind flayers would have been the only way to motivate this guy to leave. Like nothing really could have done it. He would have died next to the tomb rather than leave her. That was the only thing that really would have motivated him to leave.
Well, it sounded like the combination of the mind flayers and the flumps, because they fought with the flumps.
So one would argue that Goldenbrow might have been able to go and do it if she had brought that up, but they didn't know until this meeting, right? When you guys delivered this information, that the mind flayers were still, an issue. They thought that shit was over with. So, all right. So you guys return, and then he, I guess, sends you guys on your way. And you guys head back to the Regency Suites at Brindol Keep. All right.
I know last session you said that the War Council room that was under the effect of protection wards and everything. Does that apply to everywhere in the castle?
No,
or...
you definitely have to cast it your own on the suites that you're in if you want to benefit from it.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna gather everybody. Okay, this is gonna sound a bit weird, but we need to all sleep together.
What?
Not like that. Not like that.
About time.
That's not what I meant.
What did you mean?
I mean, we all know that they have spellcasters of their own, and what capabilities we can bring to the table, they can meet, if not overwhelm our own.
It really is just like the old days.
Oh boy, I don't even want to know what that means. Either way, the same way Layla can legend lore or scry on them, there's no reason they can't do the same for us. So, I have a countermeasure to that. But I need all of you to be in the same place as I when I cast a spell and when we're all sleeping, to make sure. So,
Speaking of which, and I'm fine sleeping on the floor with it's not a problem. I probably should look into a creature. It won't give us a location, context clues. Is there anyone in particular we feel the need to know about? I feel that the Burning King's a waste, as is Bloodlord Khan. It's pretty simple and straightforward there.
you can look on that Drellin fellow, see if he's still inoperable.
It's just going to give me... Well, I don't think Drellin would constitute as... I'll pass. I'm not talking of scrying. That can come tomorrow.
Do you guys know any more information about this Illithid?
No, we know it's undead, but nothing else really.
And I would eat its name to know more about it.
Well then, if there's not much we can do, I'll begin casting the spell.
What about
Speaking.
this Azar Cool?
That's a good one. Sure, I'll look into them tonight. See what I can glean from the stars.
I mean, if they're the leader of this whole Red Hand, that seems like a legendary figure to me.
Just give me 10 minutes and I'll cast a spell, then you can do your thing. And
Oh, it's going to take me 10 minutes to prepare it anyway.
Okay, good. Everyone get the fuck in the room now.
All right. So everybody's in the suites. And you're gonna shield the area against spying and such. Okay.
He's going to cast Mordenkainen's private sanctum. All of the effects.
All right.
To prevent any spying, shrine, or whatever else they might bring to the table against us. Also, no one touches the bed. That's mine.
There's a bedroom for each person.
I thought it was just one.
Oh no, this is just a photo taken from a bedroom into the main room, but the common room has other rooms connected to it. It's like a diplomatic suite. Like.
Oh,
so,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yep. Okay.
So what do you guys discuss? I mean, do you get some fucking sleep? It's like 1 or 2 in the morning at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to sleep right after. He just wanted to make sure
okay,
nothing else
alright.
gets spied
So you
on.
got, okay, you got everything shielded. Everybody goes. So is everyone okay with going to sleep?
Yep.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah,
Yes.
come
All
morning after we wake up, I'm gonna do a legend lore and Azar, but it will not be till after I get some fucking sleep.
Ryan's like already mid hibernation because of that freezing weather.
Okay.
I'll be handing out damage resistances in the morning.
Okay. Then in the morning, everybody wakes and rouses and takes care of equipment and spells and all that. Your late night does kind of keep all of you busy sleeping and preparing until 10 a.m. All right. At which point, you guys kind of start your day. I guess the question here is, what is starting your day going to entail? Layla had volunteered her time to assist today with Emerstal and these protective wards, these tattoos as they were. What about the rest of you?
Oh, you go.
Aragorn, with his military background, is going to patrol around, making sure everything's all right. No sabotages has taken place, and he would personally go to each of the important leaders he met at the War Council to, make sure nothing was tampered with, they're still alive and whatnot. That sort of thing.
Take a little Tony with you.
Yep. Just doing my rounds.
Aragorn, your armor is now fire resistant, by the way.
You know what, Barnabas? Maybe you're not so bad after all.
Ferry's still out. We'll see.
All right. Anyone else have things that they're going to be working on today as they sort of digest everything that's happened and look towards the future
Um,
and what comes next.
I don't know how much of my spell slot situation is going to be burned up in the research.
Sure.
If there is left over, I would ask to
I mean,
borrow.
you didn't agree to do a good or efficient job. You just volunteered to help. So
Okay.
I mean, if you show up without any resources, I mean, whose fault is that, really?
Well, I mean, I'm going to give most of my resources. The only thing that I might not is at some point in his tower, I will ask to borrow his scrying ball to try to scry on Thanlin.
Okay. All right.
And since we have I will bring Thanlin's cold sword with me so that it will be much harder for him to resist if he chooses to try to.
Okay. So as you kind of explain, do you explain why you need to use the scrying device?
Yeah, I would tell him that I'm doing it to try to search for Regerix.
All right. His scrying device is what you thought was like a stained glass like ornamentation. Like oh, did I lose the internet? Hello?
No, you're
we
here.
can still hear
Okay.
you.
The music cut out, so I was like, oh, I guess I'm done. So you know how they make like stained glass art that you hang in front of a window, so it's not like the whole window, but like it hangs in the window. He thought it was that. It's like this sort of massive circle of red glass, but it is in fact a ruby that has been cut so thin into a disc, and then sort of mounted in this very ornate kind of platinum wire frame, and it's hung from the window. And that is what he uses as a scrying device. So as you explain what you're trying to do, he says that this only scries the living, and you told me that your ally Danlin was dead.
There was dreams by our other druid of his eyes flickering and moving about. He's in a state between life and death. Would it find him if he is undead?
I would assume yes. You're welcome to try and find him. I'll give you all the room that you need.
You're welcome.
So you're
to
in this
stay.
sort of antechamber, sort of sunroom situation, and then, you know, left with the scrying device.
Yeah, so she'll place the sword at the base of it. And I imagine it's sort of almost as like the glass is, it's not actually breaking, but like it's breaking the panels into shapes, and almost draws his face as like a constellation, and then tries to veer into him. Post scrying up.
All right. As you focus and expel the necessary spell power to call upon this, you are unable to pinpoint any sort of location for him. If he is not dead, then he would either be blocked from scrying or on another plane of existence.
She gives a nod, not entirely surprised. We'll pack up the sword and head down to help with the research for the day. And they go together in the back with the group, during the evening, dinner time. The only other thing is then doing a legend lore through her abilities.
Oh, in the evening.
But
Okay.
that will be in the evening when we're all gathered back together, so the rest can participate.
Fair enough. All right. Barnabas, what do you get up to?
Yeah, so he would have met up with Layla at some point because he's upgrading her armor as well with one of his B team slots. And in that time, she had requested a mask from him while we were in the Dwarven Holds because her patron is starting to have new effects on her body. She's developing things like, what I understand, you kind of described sounds like vitiligo, which is the condition where you get like splotches of skin start discoloring.
It's a very good.
But so he presents her this mask and like with it like this enchantment that's going to improve her armor and give it a resistance. And he says, I still want you to know I do appreciate the sacrifice you made in taking on this burden. I don't know that we would have made it Thorn Waste if you hadn't.
I imagine this is like very early in the morning. She will kind of gently slot it onto her face. This kind of wood-carved sort of war mask, and look down at you through it. I'm far from the only one that's made a sacrifice in this journey. Seeing what you do, seeing what Rajar does, what Guy and Thenlin is given. A little bit of my appearance for enough fortitude to ensure all of you stay alive, that I won't be knocked down permanently, is worth the trade.
Very brave of you.
I'm still me in the end, Barnabas. That hasn't changed.
I want to caution you of something. That might not always be the case. When we strike these deals with beings so much greater than ourselves, they change us, Layla, over time, to suit their needs. I knew what I was getting into when I made my deal. It benefits me, and it behooves both of us, but I worry for you about what you will become in time.
Can I admit, yeah, I can see your concern. I can admit a pull does occur, a desire to grow the kind of life that cultivates the thorn wastes elsewhere. That is essentially what has been asked of me thus far. In return for the state of unlife I'm in. Because, Barnabas, I think I myself am caught between life and death. And even though she's wearing the mask, you can see like her eyes like squint a bit as she's like pained to say it. I think if I don't continue through with it, I'll probably fall into rot and simply melt on the ground one day.
We need you in the things that will come. But I will warn you that as you venture further on this path, it will become easier. But in that, your abilities to see who you were and what you've become the lines will start to blur. The choices will become easier. Your fealty to whatever this patron is, it'll start to feel natural soon. Just be aware of that.
You seem very well aware of the fact that your own will burn you and cast you aside one day. You know that, right?
I want to believe that I'll be able to find a way to make everything work. We are very aligned in what we want and what we hope to achieve, but I will not pretend to not know the nature of my patron.
I will kneel down and put an arm kind of on your shoulder, and lift the mask put on me off, and just kind of hold it in the other hand, and just kind of look you in the eyes and say, I am a curious person, and I've seen how many she's burnt through. But I won't stop you from whatever path you choose, Barnabas Benoit.
I
will give you the same word of warning you give me. She will burn you one day to a crisp.
It is possible, but I truly believe those that came before me were not fated to walk the path with her. They were fools who sought to covet her strength and make it their own. No one ever asks the genie what they want. They always just want wishes from it.
That's fair. And I'm in no place to judge you. I am far from such a person. Can I hug you, Barnabas?
Barnabas gives you a look of like he's definitely not been hugged many times, or like he's not comfortable with personal contact, but like definitely sees the vulnerability of this moment that they are sharing and relents to a hug.
I'm gonna lean in and I'm gonna whisper something to you. I'll just send it to you in a PM.
Okay, cool.
You know what? It's fine. We're here. We're in private. I'll just whisper. She will whisper in your ear that she's just gonna say, "I was tempted for a moment when you were dying, and I'm sorry."
Temptation is only natural.
Alright, I need to get to work. I promised I would help today. Thank you for, this.
You're very welcome.
And she'll fix it back to her face and kind of awkwardly, linkily stand up, kind of obviously very insecure with herself right now, like holding her own arm with her other. And just kind of awkward walk to the tower in a little bit of a too fast pace for her body.
Great. And on a shorter note, Orion's armor, which is very special, can I work on that, or is that kind of got all the properties it can reasonably hold?
Yeah, it's definitely, now that it's imbued with these parts and such, they are their own. Yeah. It's its own thing now. Yeah, it's a magic item essentially.
Yep. Okay, and then with the rest of his day, he would go to meet with Captain Lars and basically ask him about ballista and speculate on the idea of improving ballista, increasing their range, turning them into cannons of the whatnot.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Gina's already there. She's happy to see you. You guys are gonna talk you guys are gonna talk shop. Check out what they have. I'll be honest, it ain't great. They got ballistas, they got catapults. They don't really ever intend to do war against others, so they kind of don't have, a lot of mobility to these things. They're on sort of platforms that allow them to be rotated, but there's no way to easily reposition them.
Right.
Yeah.
And basically he would suggest that some of them try to be mounted in a place where they will be available for the fight we're planning to have with a Bithriax, and that like Barnabas would kind of want to modify those to kind of basically trying to get what we had.
When you bring up a Bithriax, he says, "Well, I didn't want to ask, but my curiosity is too great. Were you able to, or will you be able to recruit Delirium the Emptiness to our cause?"
Barnabas smiles very smugly. He's like, "Oh yeah, it's we're gonna have some air support, and I only hope to further level the
When
tide."
did you accomplish this deed?
Look at my wrist where there's not a watch. Man, we just got back. Oh wait, or we just got the long rest? Yeah, so this was last night, like just less than 8 hours ago.
Truly, you are remarkable. To
Barnabas,
succeed where even Fedora Goldenbrow has failed. You must have said something truly profound to have moved his ancient heart.
as it turns out, a lot of people hate illithids. It seems to work pretty well when you bring up their name around their enemies. It really stirs them to action. It's a serious threat. Anyways.
Right. Yeah, he looks very thoughtful about that, and he's like, that's a good point. All right.
Yeah, so basically what he's trying to set up with him is like like we had in the Abithriax fight, a layer action with the ballista if we end up in a fight with him.
All right, sounds good. All right. So, Jert, what do you get up to today?
I think what he'll probably do is spend the morning looking for Barnabas. And then when he finds him, he actually is going to ask him, Barnabas, I'm going to need to present some kind of offering to Regirex whenever we confront him.
Yes.
Though my memory is a steel trap for some information, you were there when we recorded the tattoos.
Right. And
May I ask you to entrust those notes to me?
Jert, if there's anyone in this world that I trust to hold something precious, it is you. I would trust you with my life, and I will trust you with these plans. And he gives Jert like the backup copy of plans that, I imagine he can give Emerstall his only copy.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
He smiles grimly when you say those words and takes the papers. Thank you.
Sure, I know this will be difficult for you, but
you have no idea.
I'm sorry that if you feel I trivialize her significance at times, but I do believe this is the only way we'll get the information we seek.
Okay.
He nods, and once he has that, he says, I was thinking about going around and helping them prepare defenses today. If you have need of me, you can send for me.
Yeah, I might need your help. I might need your help with working on the ballista. As it turns out, like I can upgrade these things, but I'm still not very strong, and these weapons are very heavy.
Well, I can help you there then. And he shakes the little gauntlets of ogre power he's got on his wrist. And
all right.
Yeah, so his intention is to help prepare as many defenses as he can because he doesn't have a particular task he wants to do until they confront Regirex.
Fair enough. Aragorn, what do you get up to on this day?
Aragorn.
Aragorn may or may not be muted. Is he FK? All right, I guess we'll never find out. I'll let you know what the NPCs are getting up to. Little Tony is going to go to the cathedral, and also the Church of the Raven Queen, and he is going to explain the techniques of using lay on hands and protection from good and evil to expel brain puggles from the body. In case anyone is suspicious, they could use this. Little Tony on his own would probably be a terrifying thing. So he does ask that Raijin, the greatest diplomat he's ever met, accompany him so that he can be received without fear or suspicion. Is that something that Raijin would be amenable to?
I believe so.
Okay, fair enough. Those Raven Queen nuns, oof. That's some good stuff.
Goth mummies.
Gaia, goth nuns? What?
Oh, wow.
What? Yeah. Anyways. Oh, sorry, unprofessional. But yes.
Does he plug Xenu while he's there?
I mean, he'll leave some flyers around, but he's not gonna go into in their mind, every religion is secretly just Xenu's religion. That's how confident they are in their religion. So.
Ragios, I apologize. Ragios is gone, so he has to be careful now. Can't have that lay on hands popping around.
Fair.
All right. Ray would actually accompany you because the Raven Queen sounds like kind of in her wheelhouse, being kind of goth and sort of like good, but also like spooky. So she wants to find out more about that. Jocelyn would be continuing work on whatever projects Barnabas would want her to be working on, so background crafting kind of thing. Braun Bronson, unless called upon by the party, with his new elevated position, would be helping Captain Lars Ulverth sort of in a secondary command role of sort of preparing, explaining to the defenders what he witnessed in the fight against the Mithrax, to really get them to understand, like, this is some serious shit. Like, people don't just throw this thing's name around for fun. Like, this is maybe the biggest concern we have, followed by the giants in the battle that's to come. Sasha is going to reconnect with some of her old contacts that might still be in the city and try to gather information for you guys. And then, as stated earlier, Gerard and Minette are going to be assisting with supply lines and food and that sort of thing to try to get the troops up to snuff. And then these two dwarves are going to continue, unless Aragorn calls on them, they're going to continue to try to get a better sense of the undercity of Brindol, and how best that could be used by dwarven stappers and tunnelers and all of that good stuff. All right.
Orion had a few things. But I'll
Sure.
let you go
Yeah. Sorry. So, Orion, I got so distracted by Aragorn ghosting us. Orion.
My bad.
Orion, what do you get up to?
I mean, Trade Door was mentioned, so Orion would have gone to her.
Okay.
This would have been a couple of things in the morning. Would have gone to her. Since he's been here for a little bit longer than the rest of the claws, I think he's probably already kind of talked to her about, calming angry tendencies because of the bow, and she probably has a lot more familiarity with how Gavin used to
okay.
act
So
and
you're gonna
stuff
go
like that.
talk to her about the bow. Okay. That sounds
But
good.
more of just like, she's my counselor for a little time.
Okay.
So yeah, and then he'll also inform her that we were able to bring the emptiness onto our side, so he will be joining us in the coming fight.
She said, "I heard last night your messenger called upon me in the dark of night. I was hesitant to receive them, but I'm so pleased. Thank you. Your request was heard, and despite my trepidations and my own personal stance on the issue, I am going to follow through. He's resting now, and he should be ready to see you soon."
Wait, who is?
Yeah, she kind of looks at you. She says, You sent a messenger to me last night. They said that you had left to secure Dylirian's support in the battle, that you were confident of the outcome, and that if you were able to do so, would I be willing to do a thing for you? And then they handed me a rather disgusting jar full of flesh.
Oh, lords.
Oh my god.
I think that's a discussion we really need to settle
her-
with
Her
the
golden
claws.
brows knit together, and she says,
Wait, have I been misled? Have I done something
No,
wrong?
it's not you. It's not you, Miss Goldenbrow. This is completely on us. We're a bunch of, how did the halflings say, jackasses. Oh god, I hate to have you hold on to that. Maybe if you can't hold on to that, we'll get back to you on what we're gonna do with
Hold on
it.
to what? The jar has already been used to create a new vessel.
Oh.
You asked me to bring the minstrel known as Guy back from the dead, that he might assist you on your journey.
What did you guys do?
Is that not? Is that not what?
Ah.
Is that? Was this person not working for you? They seem to know all about you. They explained the situation. This was information that no one else would have had.
I may have to talk to everyone else later tonight.
She starts to look like she's going to cry.
No, Miss Goldenbrow. No, you didn't do anything wrong.
I shouldn't have been so hasty. My heart was so full of hope, and then when I received news from Emerstal that you were successful, I just immediately began the ritual.
No, it's completely fine. I think we may need their help at the end of the day. Let me get back to you on that, please. can you at least... Do you remember this individual who came to you? What did they look like?
Yes. It was a very beautiful woman of fair skin,
I figured.
bright red lips, dark hair, blue eyes.
Oh, I know them. They are our ally. We weren't sure if we were going to bring this person back to life. Not yet, but it's fine that you did. It's totally fine.
I see. They seem rather excited about the prospect.
You did a good thing. Well, in the meantime, the emptiness will be arriving. I don't know how soon, but I guess Wind Dragon very soon. So it's all good.
Yeah, at that moment you hear a billowing sort of wind, and then like a terrifying roar sort of shake the city, and immediately alarms start sounding and everyone starts going crazy.
Oh. If we go outside, what do we see?
All right, so she rushes to the window and looks up, and fortunately it is Dylira in the emptiness and not a Bithriax, signaling an early start to a siege campaign. And her face goes from worried and concerned to sort of an excited smile as she looks up and sees him doing some rad, you know how them stretched out Easter dragons do with the spirals and the loop-de-loops and shit like that. He's out there like doing the slow corkscrew spiral, really showing off for the city.
The sun is behind him, so the god rays are coming off like he's some fucking deity or something.
Spreads all six feathered wings. Looks like a fucking Old Testament angel, like the whole deal. Okay. She says, I'm sorry. We'll have to discuss the bow of hatred later. I need to go and inform Lord Jarmath of what is happening.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And then Ryan's like, oh fuck, well everyone's gone.
And she shouts out in the hallway at you, I'll send him to your rooms when he's feeling up to it.
Sure. Tell him the rest until it's evening. That's when we'll all be together. Oh boy. And then Ryan was gonna go to Star Singer, because I imagine they've been having like scouts just like looking around Brindol and stuff like that, just in case to keep eyes on the area. So I think for as long as Orion's kind of been here, he's been helping out with that effort, just to do scouting parties and stuff like that. So he just gives his current report and then says he's gonna be heading out in this morning.
Okay. She says, based on our reports, they have sped up their march. They should be arriving the outskirts of the city tomorrow evening.
Crud.
Though perhaps the appearance of this mighty dragon will give them pause.
Yeah, that was quite a show. Well, at least we have a dragon on our side, and he just kind of gives like a shrug. But I will join your troops in scouting the area, and he'll just give her a bow, and then we'll be on his way.
Alright.
And that's him. I guess we have quite a bit to talk about this evening.
Alright, Aragorn, what did you get up to?
Earlier I said I was just making my rounds around towards the council leaders, checking up on them, and then honestly, he wouldn't really know what to do currently. So I guess he would walk around the city, observe how people are doing, how the troops are doing, offer his military aid if anything, magical aid if possible, and probably fly up to the walls and just look out to the land beyond it.
It is probably, depending on how much of your life you spent underground, like this is probably a pretty, alien sort of experience of having the big open sky. Now I'm assuming if, you worked for the king, you probably received training on like griffin flight and things like that. But if you spend most of your time, right, like underground, going to the surface is almost like a human, right, going under the sea, right? Like it's
It's a rare thing.
such an alien landscape to have like this big blue sky just kind of billowing out in every single direction. Anything could just dive out of the sky at any moment. So there's no roof to protect you, no stone surrounding you. And then to just see off, and especially in Brindol, being in the middle of a plains, right? To just look in every direction for miles and miles and miles. And you see from this vantage point the abandoned farmlands and the small towns that sort of fringe the edge of the city, and the city itself, which has now been sort of shut down and converted for war. And you know that these humans and their allies, they have things that they have built, that they have claimed, that they have cared for and nurtured, and that they have been forced to leave. They have been forced to abandon, and that you and your allies and everything that's about to happen will determine whether they have anything to come back to. And those those that stay to fight and defend it, like
there's a very somber look on Eridor's face as he takes in what's in front of him and begins to really appreciate the events that occurred in his life that led him to this wall, where he stands and looks above and beyond it. He appreciates the human culture, the elves, and all the other races around him, how they interact with one another, how they interact with those of their own kind, and well, he replays the words that Umega mentioned about traveling the land, and he just slowly shakes his head towards that. He has something to look forward to when this is all over.
All right. Oh, so the day passes. You guys, in your own ways, support the city and its people. The troops, once they get over the initial terror of this ancient dragon, there is just a buzz. It is no secret, both by the dragon's sort of bold declaration of its arrival, and then also of the people of the city just can't stop talking about it, and all know that he has come down from his mountain at your request. And so in the eyes of the people of Brindol and those who have come to defend it, your legend only grows greater that you were able to do this. So evening would creep around, and then you guys would meet back in your quarters to discuss the events of the day.
Guys, I think Guy may be back.
What do you mean?
You mean the one in the body pillow?
Yeah.
Thought we decided not to resurrect him.
We did. I don't think that includes Miss Jarrett.
Oh boy.
I was speaking
Sure
with
looks to Barnabas.
I was speaking with Miss Goldenbrow this morning, and she had heard of our deed for getting the emptiness onto our side, and she had gotten the messenger from, well, not a messenger, it was Jared. She actually went to go see Miss Goldenbrow, and told her that we would like to have Guy back.
Who decided to give her the ability to do that?
She pulls out Guy's a mirror that she, keeps as a memento.
Yeah, Ryan has the other half of that.
It sounds like she acted of her own accord.
She did.
Barnabas says a -1 in charisma.
Well, I suppose it's up to him now if he wants to come back.
Well, no, it's not want. He is back. She said that she had already made an investment.
Layla, with your incredible perception, you hear soft footsteps at the doorway, on the other side of the door, at the doorway that leads into the suite. Someone is listening at the door.
There's like a quiver in her lips, and she's definitely not trying to cry right now.
I guess he wanted to come back.
Wait.
Oh, there's someone at the door?
Yeah, it's better be at her office. I'm going to have words.
And she'll
Were those
go
words?
over-
Thank you for bringing back my friend.
No.
Are you naked?
Yeah. Wait, who is this?
Oh, wrong room.
Wait, no, guy.
Here's Aragorn. Yeah, we go throw open the door.
Yeah.
All right. As you throw open the door, you see in fresh clothes and fresh flesh, your once lost ally.
He's back.
Oh god, he has a punchable face.
Oh man.
Oh man, maybe on a punchable face. I don't know. We ended, but maybe Guy, you got a closer?
Yeah, I know. He,
Yeah.
As he looks down towards Aragorn and then looks up towards everyone else, he's like ruffling his hair after clearly a shower. Before he like takes a long, dragging look across you all. Oh, you look like you've seen a ghost.
Nice. All right. So we'll leave off there, I think, for the week. With a lot more plot dropped, a lot more progress made, and more time passed on the rapidly decreasing timer as sand continues to pour down through the hourglass of the campaign. There's still time to do much and more. There are still decisions that need to be made about how best to proceed, and there are still people looking for information about Regirix's whereabouts and whether or not, if you find them, you would want to spend the time and effort to go to her rather than waiting or hoping that she comes to you. That's all stuff to think about, I guess, between now and next week. And of course, whether or not you participate in this battle that will transpire, or you feel that the battle is but a ruse and you need to focus on other things. Oof, it's a lot of stuff. All right. So, on that note, we will adjourn. Quick announcements. Tonight I'm running an Alkenstar one-shot. It's going to be from 7 to 10. Dom Odyssey is going to stream it. It's mostly just to practice using Foundry with Pathfinder, but also to play some D&D with some of the people that applied for the game that I have not gotten a chance to play with before. Again, I'm trying to make groups that I think will be a good fit for a campaign that runs, 40 to 50 sessions long. Want to make sure that, we've got a pretty good fit. Every once in a while, I will sort of take a gamble on new people, such as like this group, for example. And I think we've been very fortunate that this group, in my opinion, has been pretty good, pretty solid group. But when I do have the opportunity and the time, I like to sort of, kind of curate that whole thing, because the group composition is probably the most important part, I think, of any D&D group or experience. So,
this is also the first time you're running Pathfinder, right?
This is also the first time I'm going to run a Pathfinder 2 game. I have run Pathfinder 1 in the past, but yeah, and I play in a Pathfinder 2 game for the last 20 weeks or so, 19 weeks.
Yeah.
So I feel confident enough about the system, but it will be, it's going to be a lot of like looking things up, I think, at first until we get the cadence of it all down. But I'm excited about it. So that'll be two games, and I'm going to close those applications essentially tonight. I think I'll close the applications, or maybe I think I've already closed them off the check. And then I'll make the decisions on the groups by Tuesday. I'll know for sure what we're going to do with the groups. Tomorrow morning, Curse of Straw Daybreak continues. Nothing stressful happening in that game. It's very laid back. I think there's a big party actually that's going to happen soon, so that sounds exciting. Some kind of festival. And then Mythic Odyssey. They're like, I know what we should do. Let's go back to Scorpion Island again, because you know we're trying to set a record. You know what I'm saying, for longest Odyssey campaign. So that's cool. It's in the name, Odyssey. You know, it's a meandering journey. And then Monday night we have the finale for Odyssey Prime. So that's a campaign that's like 3 years in the making, and they are currently engaged in quote unquote the final boss fight ? I don't know, maybe we'll see. If it is the finale, we are going to have a session the following week as sort of a closeout party where we just talk about the post game and how we felt about the post game, what happens, you know, like behind the scenes stuff. The campaign will finally be over completely for them, so they can ask me all the questions that they might have had about, you know, what was raw versus what was homebrew, what was, you know, why did things happen this way and what could have happened that way, and all that kind of stuff. So it might be a fun time to hang out and hear all those, and then ask your own questions, because we'll all be in a group chat streaming, and that's only if, of course, this Monday is the finale. The following Monday will be that. And then Tuesday, Pathfinder, Abomination Vaults, and Cyberpunk Red. Wednesday, unless they are like, bro, we got to play more Celasta, we're going to go back to play some Dragon's Dogma. I'm in a real hard spot here. I'm trying to like Dragon's Dogma, I really am, but this is like all of the planets of gaming are in alignment right now for some of the fucking best games I've ever played. How do you play Tears of the Kingdom and Diablo 4, and then you go to try to play Dragon's Dogma? No offense, but it didn't really age so well compared to those two gemstones of gaming. I mean, it's kind of hard.
I feel like that's one of those games you play like in between like some of the stuff
that's been
hot recently.
I don't have a lot of free time every week, and now I'm like, well, I'm playing Celasta because that's my crew. We're gonna play through Celasta. We promised we were gonna do that, and Celasta is enjoyable because the people play it with are enjoyable. But man, making Princess Meatball run up a fucking hill for 2 hours when I could be playing Tears of the Kingdom or Diablo 4, it really is taking a lot of the wind out of my sails. So I don't know. I don't want to give up on the game, but I'll tell you what, my experience has definitely been diminished by how good some of the recent game releases are. And then we got Baldur's Gate 3 coming out. I mean, Jesus Christ, what are we supposed to do? Anyways, I'm not even touching Street Fighter 6 because
and there's Final Fantasy 16 this year.
Man, yeah, it's too much. It's too much. It's like the media industry is trying to make me feel better about the world ending, you know, and I'm down for it. Anyways, so I don't know what we're doing on Wednesday. We're gonna play video games. I don't know what video game is gonna be. We're gonna play some video games Wednesday. Thursday, Curse of Strahd Nightfall. God damn, I don't know if you've been following it, but they had some pretty crazy stuff go down. And I'm very excited to see what they decided to do next. Friday, we're going to do a vodcast. We're going to talk about all these amazing games that have come out recently and how they may or may not be impacting the way we run our games and the way we'd like to run our games. And then Saturday, we'll be back here. All right. Does anybody have any announcements before we adjourn? Nay? All right. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of their Saturday and their weekend, has a safe and healthy week coming up. Doesn't have to wake up at 5 a.m. Those of you who do, God bless. I did it all last week and it was horrible. And then I'll see you guys around the Discord.
Thanks for running.
Yeah. Thanks for running.
All right. Night, guys. Oh, afternoon. Whatever.
Time. It's a circle. Thanks for everyone for tuning in. Catch you next time.